Let's see. Okay. We are live. Good morning. Happy Tuesday to everybody. Here we are going to look at the economic calendar real quick. Just because I want to see this thing pop up on my feed here. Today is Tuesday. Home prices came in line. Jolts comes out at 9 Central. Consumer confidence also comes out at 9 Central. So Jolts, we got to be mindful of that. Jolts 8.75 million is expected. We're going to look to see if that changes or anything like that. We are starting the stream there. Good morning, everybody. So let's see if we can get this thing to be a little bit more quiet. I'm going to see if I can get something like that. I'm going to set my overnight high to be up there. My overnight low is down where we're at. We're opening up pretty much on the low. I'm going to be mindful of that. Okay. Looking at this here. Sort of looking like we had lower high, another lower high. We rotated yesterday through our zone. Actually, right around 1 o'clock, we had a lift off there, pushed off, and broke above our level. Let's see what we can do. I mean, obviously, these are all-time high levels, so we don't have a lot of information up here, right? Let's just be mindful of some of these zones that we're at, what we played with before. Markets are now open. We are going to be mindful of that that number coming out at 10. Let's see. Microsoft immediately sells off on the open, flushing that open there. You can see Microsoft flushing, but NQ is bouncing, so we got a little divergence there. We have the overnight low here. Our previous day close, previous day low is down here. Previous day close is above us in that range. And then settlement is also above us there. We got VWAP up there. Maybe we clean up these overnight highs, but I don't know if I'm certain about that. We're going to see what happens with this opening range here. If it's kind of tight and we do break out above it, we might want to look to take it long or short, depending on which way. Because we are opening up right here on that overnight low, might want to flush it real quick and then rotate us up and clean up the overnight high as well. Because the S&Ps get that 30-minute already being very strong here. This is the NASDAQ 30-minute. It held that 641.50 level, right? That's down here. So let's look and watch. Let's look and see. Gotta be mindful of that number coming out. If it does come in hot, we expect this market to get a little diced, choppy to the downside probably. Alright, so we did create a pretty tight opening range, about 80 something ticks, 85 ticks. Gonna be careful with this. The value area from the overnight session is here. We have overhead resistance at 676. And this is really all of our information that we have here. Let me see how far back I can go. That was a pretty important 695, 696. That level is pretty important from previous sessions, and then below 666s. You can see that right there. Looming overhead resistance. Overnight session, use that as a pretty important level right here. That was the end of yesterday's session. Kind of held it. looking to chop around in that area. Then we used it as resistance. Then we used it as support. Broke it, retested it, rotated down this morning. We're going to retest it again, see what happens. Could rotate down. Delta's pushing up, so we do have a good delta here. Higher high, higher high. Kind of just pushing to the high side here. Gonna check on some of these names. We do have Microsoft earnings after the bell today, so could expect some movement on it. We got Apple on Thursday. We'll see what happens here. It did break that zone that we had yesterday, drawn up right all day yesterday, stayed below it, then ended up breaking above it and stayed within that range. Like I said, this whole day was basically a range day. It might have helped drive that NQ through a little bit towards the end of the day there, and then we rotated right back down to the bottom of that range again. We've opened up, rotated higher. I don't see this thing going wild today, going up, down. Probably just going to end up closing somewhere in the range, but see how big the range is. So Apple is still pushing high side. Microsoft is still pushing lows due to possibly these earnings for today. And NVIDIA pushed up to open and is range bound within its overnight and pre-market session. So now it's pushing to the downside a bit. And we got Apple pushing up. So we got Apple carrying us up, Microsoft and NVIDIA kind of trying to hold us down. So we're going to maybe see which way they decide to go. Holding the high end of that opening range. Okay, so it's pushing again. I would like to see maybe a delta divergence if we can get down below this overnight low here, maybe clean up, flush this zone. If we fail that with a hard wick, maybe then try to rotate to the high side one more time. Be mindful if we don't catch a trade closer to jolts, and consumer confidence. We're going to kind of stay out until then, let the market kind of shake itself around, and then take our trade from there. Just going to be really, really patient with this today. Just like yesterday, we were really patient. We waited for at least a higher confidence setup for that first trade of the day. Today, we're, like I said, in like a weird area, right? Middle of a range. I don't have a huge zone to look up. Maybe overhead this is becoming a zone, right? Between here and here. 17,730-ish to 17,755. And then we have been sitting right on this level here, especially on the overnight, that 17,650 level. 650 down to 642. 650 down to 642. So really this zone that I have drawn up down here, I don't have it drawn up in my chart for my longer term chart. This is more of a shorter term time frame zone. That's what a lot of this actual trading chart zones are. It's really as I see them, I draw them while I'm trading. So that's how I develop these zones. The zones on my trading view are more longer term, thought out, placed into spots that I really find that are very significant, and then I adjust them here and there as we need them. Obviously, this is even though it's longer term, it's all the information we have since we're at these all-time highs, right? So Apple maybe looking to fail this location here. Hopefully can get a little bit of a confluence in Apple, Microsoft, and NVIDIA. Microsoft making a low base here, possibly looking to crack this down and continue to rotate down. Get down to 406.18 was that support from yesterday. We could probably not rotate all the way down, maybe down to 409.15 to 20. Patience, especially on this week. Like I said, these first 2 days are going to be pretty range bound, pretty choppy. We'll find out how everything goes moving through the day. Being very mindful that we didn't get new highs. Delta's trying to push down a bit. We do fail this level. We do have a little bit of a divergence there, so maybe we could rotate here with this Delta push down. But Delta is pushing down, making new lows here, but the price is not doing that as well. So could be seeing a bigger buyer coming in here, buying up all these short-term market order shorts, because price is holding up here, right? Price is holding up. If this then cracks and pushes, then this should continue and rotate down. But right now, it seems like there's a buyer here at 675 because it was holding that Delta. So no short yet. There's not. That's what I like to watch on the 1 minute. I can see more information coming in and out. Like I said, my levels are based on a little bit longer of a time frame, not much longer. 30 minutes hourly, and then longer term daily stuff. But intraday levels kind of get developed as I see them while I'm trading. But also you can see this Delta pushing, price still not pushing down, still that buyer there, probably at 75. Seems like if we could break through that zone, it should kind of push with a little whippiness. You can see that there. Kind of grabbed it up again, failed it once, twice. Could this be a breakout period where we kind of keep rolling up? I need this to push up a bit more to get up above maybe that overnight high to get a short opportunity. I find it very difficult to short right here, right now, but it could happen with Microsoft and Nvidia rotating highs, and Apple also just doing a little high base here, could rotate downside. What's the tilt there? Tilt is 67% long, not quite tilty. You may want to get a hard wick. If you get like a hard wick liquidity grab right into the VWAP and then fail it, maybe we could look to take a short there then. But be mindful of that 75 level. This breakout from yesterday, I didn't really anticipate that being a follow through on that move, but like I also mentioned that if it did break above and kind of hold here, which we did, this was that overnight high, it held there for hours. Like I said, it probably would from 11 to 1. I said there's not going to be really a play, and then I don't know what happened around 1 o'clock. Sellers gave up, and then it just kind of ground up to the upside continuously. So that's what I was looking at yesterday. That's why I said be careful at that level. Normally I like to short it, but it didn't come in within my time frame. And then that kind of day with that range bound choppiness that we were expecting, we got that kind of move there. So let's see, maybe we can get this thing to push here. 63% long, not long enough. 841 S&P. 75 again. Delta not making new lows. Price trying to make new lows. So we're diverging in that sense. So could expect that pop. This is just a pretty important level. It's just we're not super extended. So we're in like a really tight range grinding type movement. So I don't have an entry there. We get that kind of movement here. You get a false break, and then you rotate, get that movement here, a little bit of a false breakdown, then rotate up, chop here, then it continues to the downside. We're at this level here, in this zone. We used it as resistance on the way down, and on support, resistance. Now the resistance has moved a bit lower here to this area, right, in this zone. So let's watch that. And there you go. Now it's getting that bit of a crack. It's kind of following through with the Delta, right? The Delta made new lows. Now price tried to make new lows. So now you could expect that 75 to be, respected to the high side. Mm-hmm. This is acting. You can see that right there, right? From pre-market. I was considering shorting really around this area here, but like I said, the price action is a bit tight. Doesn't seem like it really wants to do much before this number comes out around 9. So I am just a little bit standoffish until that comes out and we get that whatever whippy move it does and then returns back to wherever it started, and then we can look to make a decision from there. So I think that that's really what's going to play out, what's going to give us our best opportunity. Like most of the time, I don't like to play my opening trade. This anything early in the day. If we would have opened right here, right down here, how this candle was, and maybe we did like a little bit of a flush fail break, then I could take that on the open. But since we're 150 ticks up between it, right in the middle of VWAP, so we're right approaching the middle end of this overnight range here. I don't like to really enter anything there because I don't have that extreme confluence that I look for, right? I'm looking for fading an overnight high, an overnight low, or we even have a close here. So we will probably try to approach that close from yesterday and settlement, right? Like there's just not, everything is all right here, so there's not a ton of limiting of my risk and then finding an opportunity to either direction, right? So that's my game plan when I'm looking at these things. I'm looking at that in the sense of where can I limit my risk, where would I be wrong if it does just decide that it wants to rip in a direction, and then I want to find some manipulations around those levels, some liquidity grabs, some false breaks to one side or the other, and then I like to play that extreme and fade it to the other side. Those seem to be my most high probability setups. So S&Ps is pushing again to the upside, while we got this is pushing down. We got S&Ps kind of playing with those highs. You can see that NASDAQ here. Just once again, we have a divergence between the two. NASDAQ not quite pushing up to those highs. S&P's trying to push above these levels here. So holding its highs a little bit better than the NASDAQ is. Nothing doing for me yet. We are flat, as you can see, our little P&L ticker thing that we got now. Kind of want to just do a little bit of something every day that kind of, or here and there, to update this little stream for everybody to see if I can get it to be a little just more informative. Do my best on it when it comes to just providing information that, and then being as transparent as possible, right? We always show our trades, we always show our little statements for the day, so our little profit curves. Nothing doing. We got nothing telling me. Apple just sitting right at that 191.17 level that we found significant yesterday as a little bit of a resistance point. So that was the important level from yesterday. If it can return down here, accept into this range and rotate, then you're going to get this NASDAQ to continue to follow as well. Because Microsoft has earnings after the bell today, so that's going to be important. Fed meeting in focus. Fed's at today's meetings. Nvidia broke the lows and is now bouncing a bit. Let's see if Microsoft does anything of note. Okay, gonna leave that off to the side. We do have that level is important a bit. It's 17,633 in this area here, so that could act as support. Previous session low is all the way down here after yesterday, just hanging out in that range all day. Oh, I deleted the wrong number. I hate when I do that. There we go. Delete this, delete that. I got to clean up some of these lines, but I usually do that on like a weekend when after price has not been in an area for a while. But since we're in like an all-time high sort of zone over the last few days, I need to keep these around just a bit, just to kind of give myself a little bit of an idea of where I'm at on the chart, especially being in such a short time frame trader with the 1 minute chart. Like having the 30-minute up helps me, but most of the time I'm looking at this chart here, right? So you can see if you're involved in this, you're getting chopped, nothing happening. No, I did not send that. No movement. The S&Ps, however, is moving. Look at that push. Could be an interesting level right about here. See if it gets to that. The overnight high was this candle there at 957, but it's in a pretty key zone there. So, right here between here and here. That's that zone right there that we're looking at on the S&Ps. So be mindful of what happens there. That could, any sort of like wick rejection of this zone could lead us to rotate back down to the lows of, some of these candles here. Because looking at the NASDAQ there, still just not making it anywhere near those highs. Overnight high there. Yeah, S&P is pushing. Microsoft just kind of holding on a low. Apple holding below that 191.15. Nvidia did bounce from that low, but it is not following through much, and it now is trying to rotate a little bit to the downside. I think maybe that the S&Ps, if it gets above this little area and the failure occurs at the high about that 49.56 level, or even closer to the middle of this range here. If it fails this and starts to push down, that's this one, right? If it fails this zone and starts to roll to the downside a bit, with the NASDAQ already being down here, you could see that finally break to the downside a bit. But if the S&Ps does crack and hold above here and kind of continue to rotate to the high side, we're in these all-time high areas. There's, no telling how high it could continue. I have 10 minutes, 9 minutes right now till that number. So I'm not looking to get involved in anything yet. I'm gonna wait because realistically, there's nothing here that's telling me direction or anything like that. So what I want to see is some sort of break from this, in whichever direction it is. And I want to see if that break can hold and then continue, or if it's going to manipulate, grab some stops, then rotate back down and continue the other way, right? So if the first break is down, look to see if it holds down and rotates to the bottom side. If it breaks up, look to see if it does the same thing on the high side. If either of those fails, the opposite direction should be the move that could actually give you some follow through. throwing this here, it's not really going to be very, as far as, like, I'm not going to trade that level as far as unless something tells me about this spot being very significant. It is a place of significant resistance. However, I'm just drawing it up based on the bottom end of this kind of wick here and seeing what happens around that 9 o'clock number. I gotta change the hours on my 6. Yeah, there we go. 9 o'clock jobs openings. 8.79 was the previous. We're expecting 8.75 million. And then the consumer confidence was previously at 110.7, and we're expecting 115. Anything higher on these numbers is strong for the economy, good for the US dollar, possibly a indicator that the market is still too strong for the Fed to cut rates. So good news could be bad news, could be good news. This is just going to be a pure algo play come the number release. So you're going to see this thing do whatever it does and then slow itself down and find its way back to the point. So if you don't have any sort of strategy that's based around any of these news events, then stay out. Just use these times to be mindful of when to be in, when to be out. If you don't have a real good understanding of what the number could bring, you don't have a strategy that you can get involved with these algos and try and play with their levels. I just don't have any sort of information, like I said, to have gotten me involved at anything prior to this release, right? I'm just going to be waiting. We can see here that that's just sitting there between these two levels, which is not, it's half of the range. It's only 40 ticks. So it does limit my risk on one of the ends. So that does help. But realistically, without this number, we can't make an entry, because if we're in short and price does this and then does this again, after the fact, then you're losing money just trying to beat a computer. I do like to watch what that number does, like which way it goes first, which type of way it'll jump around, and then what the once it slows down, where it kind of wants to revert to, if it ever makes it back to a high or a low, if it ever makes it to the bottom. Four and a half minutes. So we did break down from that little level there, grab some liquidity, maybe looking to push back above it prior to this number coming out. So that's something I'm interested in. Maybe they're looking to get some shorts involved pre-number so they can start to bump it up and grab some liquidity down here. So be mindful of that. See that what happens pre-release. Understand what's going on here. Don't get involved now, because obviously it's some sort of manipulation that's taking place, or a lower liquidity type kind of grab here. But if that was there to just get shorts involved pre-number, maybe anticipate, hey, the number comes out, anything, it's going to rip to the high side just to get, grab something. Or if you see this thing dip down here again, during that number release, and then you start to see that thing push off, just be mindful of that. That's manipulation. That's them trying to grab all the orders that they possibly can so they can take this thing high side. If it does this, gets people involved, stops them out, and then runs it down again, then that's also a possibility, right? But you got to be quick. A lot of times, if you're a mouse trading click and point orders, like how I've been to slow myself down a bit, you might get yourself caught up in these news. If you're good with hotkeys and you're fast, if you're an equities trader, hotkeys. I mean, when I was on that prop team, when I was trading on Lightspeed, everything was done using the keyboard. So much faster. You can get in and get out of orders. It's way easier to get in and out. If you're clicking and dragging, you're definitely slower than what you would be if you were able to just type in an order, hotkey it up, mark it, bid out. If I wanted to throw a stop loss on here, that would help. If I'm going to enter something where I'm just going to click, at least I'll have a stop out. I do have hotkeys, but some of them were similar to my my streaming keys that I have on my keyboard, so I don't want to hit a streaming key and then enter or exit a trade on accident. So I turned off my hotkeys. I don't want to fat finger anything. 2 minutes until a number release. I don't, Jolts normally isn't some like crazy hot red ticket number. Usually it will only move the market just a touch, but seemingly over the last few releases, the algos have really been playing with it a lot. So just be mindful of that. Now, if you're playing these numbers now, I don't know what you're seeing. This is a 40 tick range in the. No, this is not even 40 ticks. I don't count the breakdown. Between here and here, really, we're 40 ticks. All right. Let's watch what happens when this thing starts to speed up. Three, two, one. Whoop. There you go. Look at that whippy action. Consumer confidence comes in at 114. Consensus was 115, previously at 108. And Jolts came in at 9.26 million when the expected was 8.75. So that's a pretty big beat. So you could expect this thing to start to push down. Every number that's been coming out, like I've been mentioning in my write-ups, everything I've been talking about is all these numbers are telling us that the Fed's not cutting rates. All right, and that's what these price action moves are based on. Because normally a number like that is positive for the U.S. economy, right? Jobs are being created, consumer confidence being down a little bit. That might be helpful for the Fed, but not much. Consumer confidence, it's only down 0.2, and it still beat the forecast, but it's down from the consensus, but it beat the previous. So you do have that as strength in the market. Everything is pushing to the downside. So I do like that as a pure move there, but you need to have a strategy to play that, to be involved quick, to be out quick. If I was going to be involved in this, it was going to have to be like how it did, but you saw how it kind of ticked up, ticked down, and then it decided what it was going to do. So if you were involved anywhere near here, you're going to get taken out. So since we did crack that 33, I want to see if that'll hold 33-ish. But if not, down at our zone from yesterday, right? That overnight high from yesterday was that 891 level. That's where I could anticipate this thing maybe taking a bounce. Right at our 21s there also, kind of cracking that. So I was expecting some sort of move like that. Didn't want to play it personally. Apple could still rotate down to 190.40, which is their open. Microsoft rolling. Nvidia bouncing. Microsoft rolling. You can see Microsoft rolling over here. Has down to 904. It could continue to just give this pressure to the downside, but that was a good bounce point. That's 621.75 level. We got to hold 33s to the downside if we do want to continue down. I don't trust these numbers moves, so there is a good chance that where we started this move, we'll return back to it as the markets digest the information and make a decision on what that number gave them. We will look to see if we wick this now overnight low. Overnight low, could we reject it and kind of continue to the downside? We'll see. And then maybe that could be an entry for us. But having Microsoft bouncing from here and Apple in this little down trending wedge, maybe that'll help us. I still don't trust this thing to be continuing down. We did pretty much clean up this whole rally from yesterday, so there was enough chop here to get us, some orders. Now we have closed another minute here. See if we can get another push to the high side, or if this is just going to continue to roll down to the bottom. Apple is continuing on. Microsoft also continuing, and Nvidia holding its little high end of its wedge. Apple pushing back higher. If Apple breaks 191.15 to the 191.20 level, this could continue to rotate up higher. If not, if it gets that level and fails, then you can continue this sell side move. I would expect this thing to kind of at least give back 50% of this move. That is 220 ticks, so about 110 ticks right there. It does need to get back through there one more time. We can risk 40 ticks on this thing if it does fail it here. But like I said, I don't trust a lot of these numbers release moves, so it's so very difficult to do anything really close to that number release. If I stay flat, I stay flat. That's cool with me, Microsoft still kind of pushing down. I'm not going to get an entry there, but I see this thing pushing Delta down. Short-term sellers are still playing to that short side. Apple still looking kind of like a grab, failed breakdown. The way that wedge, broke down, and now we're holding it. It needs to continue down below that overnight low there. Post-market session at 190.89, 90, 87. See, it's holding that level there. So pushing above 191.15 is going to hold this NASDAQ up. Microsoft too. I don't like that. I don't like that for the short. But Delta now not making new highs. Price trying to make new highs on this little move here. So if we get a little bit of a hard push to that opening range low, then maybe the short will play here. Because Apple just rejected that 191.15. It's not going to hold above there. I'll set a short order here with the anticipation that if Apple fails that hard, then we should at least rotate to this 21. Maybe we can continue that to the downside. This is just based on if Apple is going to give me a nice little flush, but Apple is still pushing high side. Microsoft also just sitting on its lows. I need Apple to fail this level here. Seeing Delta trying to push higher as price pushes higher, and it's not quite playing along, but it seems like it's going to get there potentially. So there it is. It's tickling that high, so that it's not like a really clear divergence. It's still borderline. Looking to fail this. Can't hate 100 ticks. 100 ticks a day. All right, Apple failed that level. I'm setting my entry here at 42s. If it decides to fail this and rotate down, continuing below our low there, our overnight low. I didn't want to be right underneath it. I'm not trying to just get wicked in and then to continue to run to the high side. So I'm going to try my best here to hold this thing. I'll add below the zone. We'll do that little same deal here. If we can get this to continue, then we should be in good shape. If not, that's why I put my stop in a little lower, because I didn't want to get wicked in at this overnight low. But if it does fail it here, it should fail with a little bit of a push. So we are in now. Apple's playing along a little bit, pushing, but it's definitely just grab some liquidity. It might want to be pushing up to the high side. Just have a 40-tick stop loss. I'm going to be out if it continues to push up here, which is fine by me. I'll start with a little bit of a loss. No harm, no foul. Down. Yeah, we're out on that. We're going to go flat there. That was seemed like a liquidity grab. I tried to be low enough where I didn't get wicked in for this long, but it seems like it is playing along there. We are down to 05. I got to update that little P&L guy there. Down to 05. There we go. So now that's pushing high side. Maybe this little wick off here is the liquidity grab, or it's going to continue to the high side. Like I said, I don't trust these initial algo moves to be the true push. Apple's pushing down again. If I see Microsoft is playing around with this level again. I'll play one more try at the low here. Do the same deal. Look to add on below our zone. Take the first one off. Just above front running that 21 level that we wicked before. So see if that plays out this time. If that last one was just a grab. Just to stop us out kind of deal. But if it holds this overnight low, then we could look to rotate again. But I want to see this heaviness. Microsoft looks heavy. Apple also still looking heavy. And NVIDIA is at its highs, rotating towards the downside, so possibly could look to carry us down a little bit further. Still kind of getting whippy price action here, so be mindful of that. This is an area of importance. NVIDIA looking to rotate. Give me this thing. Give me a big melt here one more time. This was a nice little couple candles here for grabbing some sort of push up, but we are not making new highs in Delta, so watch that. Be mindful of that. I want to see it get a little tilty long here. There's a 2 wicks on the high side there at that opening range low. So grab that opening range low. Some of those orders from there. And if this thing fails hard now, usually those 2 kind of manipulative candles will tell us a little more. You know, we tried to make new highs, didn't even come close to making new highs on the Delta. So that push to the downside should be coming in again one more time. Let's see what happens here. Trying to just make educated choices. Like I said, NVIDIA is at the highs, pushing a little bit to the downside. Microsoft at lows, still kind of trying to make lows. And Apple is just playing with this little liquidity area that it's at 190.93 to 190.90, but it is pushing down now a little bit. So maybe it'll act in confluence and get us to continue this move to the downside. Maybe leave that opening range high as the highest end of the day, and then we'll continue to rotate, clean up some of yesterday's push to the high side before our bigger earnings plays tonight. There's aftermarket, post-market with Microsoft, Google, and AMD, and then tomorrow with the Fed release. Kind of just feel like a lot of this yesterday's push up needs to be corrected to keep us in a range-bound environment. Still would like to see it down to 580. So we're probably going to get triggered in here again one more time. 915. Apple is pushing lows or looking to approach its lows. If this now rips up higher, then we won't get triggered in, but it seems like it's getting heavy again. It is in this little trend line thing here. We did grab a lot of liquidity there with those two candles, so I would like to see this fail now one more time. I have an ad below the low of this zone here. It was a important zone at some point. So my ad there is below the wicks from the 24th. We do want to take off one if we do get to that 21 level again, and then see if we can get that ad to play us out even further to the downside. But we are getting a lot of chop here, so be mindful of that. Chop, manipulation, continuation, or chop, manipulation to here, continuation to the downside. That's really kind of what you're looking to see here. I did mention that a lot of times this number gets recovered, so that's also something to watch. Still have my order sitting in there. Orthopedic Associates, tracking details. Okay, I think this is going to fail. Rotate down through, so hopefully now if we do break this zone where it's been grabbing the liquidity, it'll be more of a hard flush here, and then some sort of continuation of this move to the downside. Apple is trying to crack its lows. It's just sitting at that spot though. I need Microsoft to play along as well. Microsoft does look like it wants to rotate one more rotation down. Nvidia is at its highs, so it could rotate off. So we are triggered in one more time. Let's see if we can capitalize on this. Maybe one of these will play along and flush us down, get us involved with the second here. So it looks like we're triggered into two. Let's see if we can get the flush now down to the bottom, and we can get that one off there, and then we could be risk-free on the trade. There we go. We're pushing through where our ad was. So we're above our stop is above the range there. If we get tricked out, I'll be pissed because that was ridiculous. Yeah, our stop's right there above the high of this zone. If that was just a manipulation liquidity grab, then so be it. I just don't want to be ticked out on this move because that was really it seemed like a good move to the downside. I just don't like that we get stopped on that. That sucks. That ad kind of got us in trouble there. So the ad got us in trouble. Down 650. Down 650 on that move there. Where's my little thing? So that was a good entry to me, honestly, with that kind of flush. But now we're going to be mindful of this to push to the high side. I did get that in trouble on the ad. I'm going to buy one market here and see if I can capitalize on that move. I'll update this P&L. We're running at 653. Minus 650. $653. Okay. It was a strong push to the downside, and it grabbed a lot of what I was looking for that add. So if it's going to continue to the high side, I wanted to be involved in it with just one. I'm not going to add anything on this one. I'm going to trail it a little tight to see if I can get this a little bit of the loss that I took back. If we do clear these little tweezer top candles, then it should continue on higher. I want this thing to continue to push up, up, up. Apple is popping, so we should be able to continue on. I'm going to be at break even here and see where this thing goes. If we can get back to VWAP, that'll be great, but we might get stopped out on this little candle here because there is a lot of liquidity there. It is a choppy day. I hate getting chopped up, so I don't like to be involved in too much of this. Minus 630, I'm still at that 630. Took a couple bucks off there, so I'll update this. We're gonna wait a little bit longer, see if we can get a little more information out of this market, because right now we're in a choppy zone. That ad really got me screwed there. It didn't quite flush. It should have there. So that's telling me that this is a sort of a liquidity grab. But look at that manipulation. Stop people out, and maybe it continues down now. We're gonna look to see maybe we get involved. But we're going to watch it a little bit longer. Take a second. I want this thing to flush the lows. Apple approaching 191.15, the high end of its little area there. Microsoft caught a little bit of a bounce. The Nvidia trade is at its high again. Now, let's see. See if we can't fail this level here. Fail it down to the downside. Then we can, if we do add, we add at our initial entry. And that could be more of a confluence there as far as getting something off on here. A little bit smarter move. Front run that number there. And need a little bit more of a push to the downside here. There's a push. If this is going to move here, it looks like it wants to. Apple is taking a little bit of a sell side push now. I don't want to risk more than that there. I want to see what Microsoft is doing at the bottom here. It is holding. Nvidia just cracked the highs, but now it's rejecting it, so that could help us push down now a little bit more. I know the ad got me in trouble before, but I think if I can add here at the low of my initial entry, then I can really get myself into a lot better shape there. I have the stop tighter here now because I wanted to, if this ad does come on, I want to be able to move it. No centering. I want to be able to move it kind of quick. Put myself at break even here in anticipation of this downside getting triggered. If it doesn't get triggered, then the rotation to the high side probably happens. So that's what I'm anticipating here. I want to kind of trail this thing down a bit. Like that wick there tells me that it wants to grab some liquidity and run high side. And if it doesn't continue now, then it's going to finish there. So we're going to take that off. Grabbed another $10 on that. So really, I'm very tight with my stops. I'm not trying to be chopped up on a choppy day, but I am also looking to try and capitalize on this move to the downside when it does happen. So now that if we're going to get in on this entry if it does flush the low here. However, we're not going to have any sort of add on it. We're just going to trail the stop S&P is trying to push the low end, but it's rejecting its little opening range there. Apple, Microsoft, popping, Nvidia also pushing highs. Apple rotating downside. Delta not making new, even coming close to new highs. I want to get involved again. I want to see if this will try and push. Yeah, Microsoft looking to roll here. Come on, baby. Give me a push down. Give me one more flush. Choking. Apple pushing down lower with a little bit more gusto here. If I can get my ad on, then we're going to be in good shape. I got to take off auto centering so I can adjust my stops together. I want this thing to push down further. Can't hold this. So Delta is flat. Really not a lot of information coming in from it. We're not really getting any big buyers coming in on this Delta, so any sort of push to the downside with it should carry us down with more force. Like I said, I want to try and get one off down lower than where we tried to do our ad prior, around like 27. So you could see this thing wanting to get heavy. You can see a lot of this liquidity push grabs above. So I'm going to do this. We're going to be very tight on it. There we go. So this is going to trigger me in probably. So I'm going to get this thing to break even quick. Yeah, there we go. Come on, push us down. Let's get a good flush here. I want to get one off, probably right down at the bottom of this wick here. Get myself to break even sort of quick here. So now we're a break even trade. Is a free trade. We're going to see if we can get one of these off below the low here. There we go. Come on, push down to the low side. I need that thing to trigger that buy order there. I didn't get triggered. My stop is just above the overnight low there. It's in profit, so we're just going to take off one. So we took off one there. Our stop is still at break even. So whatever happens here for the rest of this, I don't know what that is. I don't want to be stopped into that. We're going to go back to auto centering. So now we're going to see if we can let this thing flush even further. Apple just took a total shit and is dumped off the table. So for this not to continue to dump totally is a bit concerning for me. It should crack the lows, honestly, based on the way Apple just acted. But Apple is giving a nice bounce off of that 189 level pretty hard. So we're going to get stopped out there. Figured that was going to be what happened on that. The way Apple totally melted off. And then now it grabbed whatever liquidity is down there and is bouncing to the high side. But it is grabbing again. We're going to see maybe we get that fail again and get one off. So that was good. We got on, we got an ad, we got one off, and we got a break even. So our loss on the day is now cut down to 215. I'm going to adjust that from 630 down to 215. So we are that trade netted us about 400. Can't be mad at that. Minus 215. Talking it out, we're seeing why we're going to enter some of these. Apple cracking lows again. I'm willing to take the risk to the high side here if we do break above one more time, break down one more time. We're playing this zone. We're playing it based on Apple just completely falling off the table. I don't know what the news or anything is on that. Microsoft trying to push lows. Nvidia was making highs and still trying to make new highs. But I don't appreciate Apple flushing the lows and the NASDAQ holding up so well, to be honest with you. didn't give me any information to tell me why that would continue to hold. Look at Apple here. Look at this thing. Continue to rip through levels from yesterday. Trying to break down. I want to be involved short if Apple is going to be one of the heaviest influences on this market. Apple and Microsoft, both on lows. But for it to hold up like this with those flushes concerns me a little bit, just because that seems to be like, if either of those fails their breakdown, then we're gonna continue to push up. Apple just non-stop melt. I'm gonna sell below this overnight low until it continues to follow through, to be honest with you. This time I'm not gonna have an add-on because I'm not high enough up, right? I'm gonna add on only if I'm entering below that opening range low. If I get in anywhere below here, I learned my lesson here with this ad where I got stopped out for that full loss, and that's kind of what put us in the hole to start, was really just this entry here, because everything else really was fine. I would have been a little bit smaller of a loss on that if that was the case. What are you doing, NASDAQ? How are you holding this up? You tell me, people, if you know, if you got a little insight. Microsoft now holding the bottom. Nvidia was cracking the highs, and now it's trying to fail it. And then Apple just bounced right back to 189.94. Looking at that 190 level as a point to be mindful of, right? Gonna short this again from this location. I just like this spot. If this is gonna be our little range that we're gonna play today, then we're just gonna keep doing it. Waiting for this thing to continue to flush again. Once again, Apple is pushing to the downside from the 190 level, and it has some force behind it. We do have Delta continuing not to make new highs as we approach these levels here, so you would expect it to continue to sell off. We are playing this level as a zone. It ticked us out there, back down 340. Seems like we're gonna get a little bit choppy today, so we're gonna be mindful of that. One good trade is all it's gonna take for us today. Obviously, market's holding up. That's very interesting to me. I'm gonna flatten this just based on the way all these Magnificent Sevens are kind of holding. They were breaking down. Now they're kind of bouncing a little. Nvidia is still trying to hold those highs. Softy failing that level, and Apple just couldn't hold that bottom end. So now maybe it's anticipating another bounce for it to then continue to rotate to the downside. But that's just what I see so far. That could be that failed. There we go. I'm gonna be short there. But one more time. We're gonna be mindful of it. That's a good location for them to grab some more shorts to get them involved. I might be a little bit high on this stop order here just because it may tick it and bounce. But I want to be involved in this short if it does happen. Because if it does happen, it wants to happen pretty hard, I would assume. If we continue to grind up, then that's just what happens to me on days like today. Can we hold this little piece? Right. We're involved in this short here based on the rejection of that high there at 65. Apple again pushing to the downside. Maybe we'll play along this time. Amazing. Like I said, I might just get ticked in and wicked out, but that's just, the name of the game there. Trying to get involved. NVIDIA. All these names aren't playing along for longs, so for this thing to continue to push up and stop me out is funny to me. So I'm going to wait now. Down 540. Give a little bit of that back. This just wants to fail that, dude. Apple really telling me something else here. Playing the rejection of this. We're up 110. Should not break above that high there if it's going to be rotational down to the downside. If we do, we'll be out. I want to get this thing to break and hold down below the opening range low before I kind of come back down here with my stop. Just the way the market's been heavy, the job stuff, the lack of ideas of, some of these earnings plays. I do feel this market, we shouldn't be trading based on pure just, biases. I should be watching this and understanding a little bit better that it is just playing with levels and trying to manipulate some people around here. That's my downfall for the day so far. I'm waiting to see if this will fail here. It doesn't look like it. Our stop is above here at $200 stop here. That could be that wick that we so desperately need to grab that liquidity. Let's see if it's that one. Is it that one that we need? Come on, baby. Give us a rejection of that 65. Give us a rejection of that first breakdown zone there. And just give me a hard sell. I would love to get the problem of having to get triggered into that add-on that I have down there at 45. So could this liquidity grab be what we were looking for here above 65, right? We had a lot of orders there. It looks like we want to kind of hold that. So I'm going to put that stop there so I don't get ticked. I mean, if I do get ticked out, it's fine. I just don't want to be involved in that next breakout if that is going to be what that's going to be. I'm cool with this right there, right above that tick. If it does break that, it's probably going to rip up higher. So I don't want to be involved in that. Alrighty, take a step back for a second. Back down 695. Getting a little bounced around, so we're going to take a second. We are going to readjust a little. Still got plenty of bullets in the gun. 695. Plenty of bullets here. Looking to get involved here. For you do have the delta pushing higher. Price is pushing higher. I have a couple of shoots and misses here. A little over trading. So we're gonna take a second. Give it a minute. We are going to let this thing kind of figure out what it wants to do at this level. I need to see if Apple will play along. It's heavy long on the tilt. I'm going one more time with it. I'm gonna let this thing do its thing. Not gonna add though. I'm looking for my Microsoft. Microsoft pushing down. Apple continuing to push down. Nvidia on its highs, looking to sell off. Let's see if one of these names will continue. I mean, all these negative names, there should be nothing holding us up. If this is just purely a liquidity grab to the high side to get all these longs involved. Like I said, the tilt was heavy long there, so I liked that as an indicator of now it's time to try and get short. So there we go. We're getting a little bit of a flush. Let's see if we can hold on to this thing a little longer. Instead of adding, I'm just going to start to trail this based on where I would have added. Obviously, this is going to be the time if I don't add, it will play along with where I would have added. So I will see what happens here through this low. Microsoft still pushing. We still look good on this. Delta still pushing. If we can get to that yellow zone, I'm going to move my stop to break even. Get to the yellow zone. If we get to the overnight low and we flush that level again, we could see some bigger selling come into the market here. I think once you crack 645, you could push down again, like to that 627 level, and then you got to possibly make a decision there as far as what's going to happen with price, right? Kind of grabbing a bunch of things here. I'm going to set my stop to break even because there we go. We're at the yellow zone there. So let's see if we can flush 645. If we can get through 645 where we would have added, right? That's probably when we'll get the flush here. I'm not involved in two because I am drawn down a little bit on the day. So I'm not going to continue to add and just chop myself, right? So I'm going to stay above this candle, above that opening range low. Just purely based on this being a liquidity zone. If we can't crack 45, then we do probably get a bounce here. So let's wait and see what happens at that 45 level. Be patient with it. Let it flush. Let it see if it'll do its thing. If it does crack it, then I'm going to guess down to the bottom end of this yellow range at least. And then we just got to keep adjusting. If we get to the bottom end, 45 will be our stop because we shouldn't return back above that overnight low again if it's going to be the actual true selling point right now, right? So this is where we're going to try and maximize our gains on this. If we flush down all the way to the bottom, then we can move our stop, right? That was just a little tickle, get some people involved, maybe stop them out. If that's what that was, then the longs are going to come back in. Microsoft is bouncing a little from the bottom end of its little wedge, but now it's pushing down. Apple bouncing. I like the overnight low sell, right? That was my play all day so far. It just needs to not hold. And usually if you get that flush again, it should get that crack down now. So if we do get that flush hold, then we will set our stop down there at that overnight high, secure some of this loss back again. I hate chopping myself up in choppy days, so that's just on me for bouncing back and forth. But playing my bias for the day, I had a plan on what I wanted to do, and I just tried to execute around that plan. Realistically, trying to get the confluence of the equities to play along. They were, but the price has just been holding up pretty strongly in light of some of these things selling off, right? With Microsoft selling off with earnings tonight, with Apple selling off and continuing to sell off, you would expect the futures to follow along a little bit, especially with that JOLTS number and everything like that, and the anticipated lack of a rate cut. We want to clean up some of that yesterday's push to the high side and get back into that range once again. So that's what we're looking to see happen. See if this price can play along. I want to see this thing leave that overnight high behind for forever, and I don't want to be manipulated into that. So I'm going to continue to trail this down now a little bit, just above this candle, because if it does reject that, I don't think that it'll hold. So we're at that value area low. Now we need to flush the bottom of the yellow zone here. You can see that there was an important wick there, liquidity grab. We did take our one profit there. So that is an important level where there will be orders. So if we do get through the bottom there, I want this thing to never come back to the overnight high. So we got to get to the bottom end of the yellow zone a little bit further. Yeah, that's fine with me. We're at that value area low. So now we're going to just trail it as the price moves to the downside. Trying to be patient with this since I didn't get an ad on. Like I said, because I didn't get an ad on this one, this is the one that's going to actually play along. But because I was in drawdown to a level where I didn't want to increase my risk a bit much, I wanted to really just be mindful and trade one contract. You can still maximize a lot of profits with one contract, especially if we do get the true sell here. Apple is continuing its sell-off. Microsoft is pushing down too. There's not really a lot going on as far as any of these things showing us that they want to push higher. Nvidia pushing down, Apple pushing down, Microsoft pushing down. So for this price to continue to want to bounce, there's somebody in here trying to hold this up, which is interesting to me. And when that person gives up, then this should melt. If the sellers give up, then like they're saying, oh man, I don't understand why this is not selling off, then you could expect a pop, right? But right now, we're at a level where price should now, if it's gonna flush, should flush, right? Pushing through the value area low, pushing through that zone. If we get below this wick here and through this zone, then 21s should get tagged. We should make a new low on the day. At that point, you make your choices on what you anticipate to happen, right? We dug ourselves a hole to start the day. So this trade here, trying to maximize without adding on a contract, increasing our risk. We're trying to maximize that downside pressure. I really expected to clean up down to 585 at least because that was the breakout point. I didn't see any reason why this market should be pushing up to all-time highs into I'm going to move my stop to above this candle here because really if that gets canceled out, then price will want to probably continue to the high side because that's a pretty significant, strong candle, right? If something like this gets canceled out, then you're going to be likely have stops there and things are going to move and you're going to get stopped out anyway at where you would have got stopped. So you might as well secure the profit while it's there. I want to see what happens at 21s. If it does continue to sell through the 21 level, I think 585 is a reasonable target or the high end of this yellow zone there. That's really where I would like to see that because I don't know any reason 91s was yesterday's overnight high where we were playing that as a breakout point. I don't want that. Yeah, I didn't see any reason for that to break out yesterday, and it was really more of almost like sellers giving up and just continuing to grind up. So really, that's what we're looking at here. We secured $325 in profit, and we're just kind of looking to see if this thing will continue to flush. It needs to see what happens at the 21s. If it does get there, if we get stopped out above this candle, it's reasonable to expect that this thing would fail this as a breakdown and even come back up into the top end of this wedge. So I don't want to be stopped out for any more than that because that would really increase buyers' confidence at that point. So that's why I have my stop there. But Apple and Microsoft still pushing down at their lows, and Nvidia was at its highs and it's rotating now, pushing down as well. So we do have confluence with our equities that are the heaviest in the market, right? We're looking at that there. We want to see price get down into that 82 to 91 level there. We do need to break 21 because that is where there's a lot of stops, right? This is the low of the day. We need that to break if we're going to continue to the downside. But if we do stop out here, so be it. And we're going to look to find another trade to get involved in. Wow. Lack of follow through on some of these trades is very interesting to me that these markets want to be up at these highs. If we crack this low again, Do I want to add? I don't. I don't want to add. Yeah, everybody wants to buy the dip. This is killing me. Buyers just love to play along, man. This bullish market just doesn't want to give up. So we're out on that. Like I said, if that was going to stop out, I expected it to rotate up to the high end of the wedge. That's why I placed my stop where I did. Cool with me. We took a really good trade there from that high up here. Secured 350 on it. I expect now, since we did get above there, for the price to kind of push up a little bit further. But if it doesn't, it continues to rotate down. Maybe we'll look to get involved one more time. We have secured back more of this, so we are no longer down 695. We are down 335, 355. Okay. That trade there was nice. Like I said, because we didn't add on, that's what was going to happen. And it did. So let's see if we can get another leg to the downside now, since that break above there didn't give us that huge push. So let's see. I'm going to play that short again. And I'm going to be tight with this. This is going to be a quick trail. No, not there. Here, yellow. Oh, come on. I hate when I move my little lines for no reason, but an accidental move. When I'm adding in at these levels here, these little whippy actions at the bottom of a zone for a momentum play, I get to break even so fast because I don't like to get whipped in and out of a trade. Like, you know what I mean? I'm not like, I don't want to get whipped in and then stopped out for a loss on like a little momentum breakout if it doesn't break. So there it goes. It's going to roll down on me. Not a big deal. Totally fine with that there. Just got wicked out on our trail there. We tried to add on just now to catch a little bit more of this move, which we stopped ourselves out of break even just because I wasn't playing along with the way that was flushing. We did get a slight divergence here. Price trying to push lows. Delta didn't make new lows. Could use this as a bounce play. Microsoft bouncing. This has just been a range bound type day. So to get a follow through to the downside, you know, I did expect it to, just because I didn't like yesterday's rally for no reason. So let's watch what happens again at this 40 to 45 level. Microsoft getting a pretty bounce. Apple getting a nice little bounce. Nvidia holding above 630.80. Now it's rejecting that. All right. Still one good trade out here, and we will be very happy with our day. 9:52, a couple more minutes, and I have to hold and wait for that 10 o'clock. Nothing on tilt. 50-50 pretty much. You know, you're getting that diminishing delta here. We'll see what happens here at 31s. $41.50 is flushing. There's another push to the downside. Oh, my other Express funded just hit, so I have now my 2 funded accounts are now good to go. I may exit the. I'm gonna exit this program real quick and then run my copier, set it all up. Looking to make sure all my account information is good and ready to go. I don't want to have it all messed up. So we do now have 2 live accounts, the 100K and the 50K. We are looking to play them pretty tight, grow the accounts. I gotta be aggressive, but also be mindful of that drawdown there on that account. Okay, we are getting a bounce at 21. Let me set up this copier. Delete the settings. Delete this one. Add a child. 85, 82, 35, save. Run it. All right, so now we got the copier running. We flushed 21 there. We're gonna look to see if we can get a divergence and fade this again. I don't know if I trust the breakdown. That would have been great to hold that trade there. Slightly disappointed in being stopped out just above this candle, because really, like, you know, when you get a strong push candle down to the downside, you would expect a bunch of stops to be there, and then you run up higher and get stopped out at that overnight low. We left that overnight low behind. We stopped ourselves out again on that add because we didn't want to take a full loss on it. Could look to get the follow through now down through 21. There's a lot of congestion here, so we got to be careful. Microsoft, with its earnings after the bell, has been selling off. It's right at yesterday's, sort of highs in that close area, so could see a bounce there from Microsoft. Apple still continuing its sell side push, well below yesterday's lows. We have nothing really of recent time frame where we can use as significant levels. So Apple continuing to sell. Nvidia, anticipating the AMD earnings call today, is pushing a bounce off of this opening price here. So with Microsoft bouncing, Apple flushing, Nvidia bouncing, it seems like the markets wanted to hold up today a little bit. So let's just see if we can get another little wick test down here and not a delta push. Then we could probably run this thing up to the high side and target that VWAP area. If not, like I was anticipating with my sell before, cleaning up down to that 91, yesterday's breakout level. If we crack it again, maybe get that anticipated rollover. Microsoft selling, Apple selling, Nvidia bouncing. Microsoft has room to that 406s from yesterday's low if it just wants to continue to grind down before earnings. We are trade copying now, so the one account is flat. 82 is flat. 85 is got zero balance. The one we've been running is a little down on the day, down 350. So we're gonna run our running P&L as down 350. Even though, let's see, we can sell this below the value area low. If we get back into that 41, that'd be nice. The S&Ps. Trying to hold their opening range low, but if it does flush it one more time, we could, like I said, get that rotation to the downside. The delta divergence here is coming in. I want to see this thing maybe wick that 41. OBS is disconnected. Okay, we're back. I think we lost connection for a second, but we're back. Let me know if you lost me or anything. Okay, 41s. Give me one wiki candle above 41.50, like where my stop is at there, and I can move my entry now down below that yellow zone to see if we can get that to be our new re-entry for the short. Microsoft catching a little bit of a bounce, nothing crazy. Apple also just trying to still continue to push lows. So let's see if we can't get this thing to sell from here, from our yellow zone. Okay, we are in on this. See if we can get that thing to sell off from here. Just from our zone, just a rejection of our zone, lack of delta confluence pushing to the high side, right? Where delta's pushing up, pushing down, and price is pushing to the high side. If we do flush from here again, I want to get my second one on. I want to have a stop just above wherever this decides to give up. I want to take my first profit off at the bottom end of these wicks, and then let the rest of it run through the bottom half. So that's what my plan is there. If we do fail this little break, then we should get this thing to rotate down a little harder. Overnight low, high, overnight low, that level there is pretty important. Very important. That's my key level there. We're holding this, but delta's not playing along. I want to reject it and rotate down. Reject this level, be a liquidity zone, right? We broke down, we used it as support. Let's use it as resistance now and have a breakdown. If it does not do that, then we have to watch and be mindful for longs coming in for the rest of the day, because of the continued selling on everything except for, Apple and Microsoft now are bouncing, and now we can get a confluence in that. So I want to see if this will maybe give me one more push to the downside before it does decide to give it its bounce. So we're kind of sitting in drawdown right now. If we do flush our entry again, we're adding a second contract on, and we're gonna take that first one off just below the value area low at the bottom end of these ticks. We're right at the value area low, just below it right there. Take one off and then be pretty risk free for the rest of the trade. No centering. Okay, we're in on our second. Let's see if we can get one off. If we can get this thing to flush this spot here, we should be able to get at least one off and then be able to trail this thing to break even. Just based on that candle there, lack of follow through on the upside. We're in a liquidity zone. I want to trail one of these out kind of quick, so I'll take some profit off. So if we do get that crack from our add on, then we should let's go. Come on. Flush it. Flush it here. Flush it down. Give me that one more push to the downside. And then we get that actual break of 21, right? That's really what we're looking to get here. This break of this low of this wick here should give us that trigger of our breakout. If this holds now, then we'll probably get stopped out. Yeah, we're off on one. And if we crack these overnight lows, we're going to be out on the other. Yeah, the ads are killing me today, so I'm going to probably stop doing that. Now that that's not in play with the ad, we're going to just let this thing rotate to the downside. Hopefully we can get this thing to be follow through. choppy day. Really kind of getting ourselves in a bit of trouble with the chop. Really looking to get follow through that's not coming. So I really should recognize that early and stop. So I actually broke one of my rules there. Didn't realize what time it was. Entered around that 5 minutes. Yes, Maximus.
We're going to a class.
Oh, you have fun, okay, buddy?
Yeah.
Thank you for the water.
I got the muffin and I got you.
Bye-bye. We're good. Let's see what we can do here on this overnight high, overnight low. Can we reject this level? Looks like we want to. Okay, we are getting the rejection of that overnight high, overnight low, whatever you want to call it. I keep calling it high. It's overnight low. We're rejected that level. Let's see if we can get that flush now here. The add-on got stopped out for the loss, so we're going to just leave this on its own. It's going to be its own single trade. So it seems like our ads today are getting us in trouble, so we're going to stop doing the ads for the rest of the day unless we can get ourselves back to above break even. If this is going to not break down any further, then we're going to not be able to stay in here. So that's good. We're good. 430 still. We got to break down 30s. If we can break down 30s, we should be continuing. Apple holding lows. Microsoft now rotating a little bit off of this bounce that it has, giving a little sell side. So hopefully that can help us down to the downside. And NVIDIA just holding that level that it was at. So really nothing on these equities that are helping us push to the downside. So this is probably going to stop us out here. I just didn't like this as it's to me yesterday's push to the high side was unnecessary. So I want to clean that up. Like, that's why I want 85s to be tagged, 91s. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. That's I don't know what this is. Get rid of that. I want this down like 191s, right? In that area there, that's really where it would clean up some of yesterday's nonsense buying. So see if we can get this thing to now rotate down through. It's got to flush through the bottom of that value area at the 27s, and then you got to see what happens at 21s. What happens below there is anybody's guess. It did bounce there 2 times already, so if it doesn't want to bounce a third time, then we won't get the follow through, and we probably get another bounce to the high side. With the Fed meeting coming tomorrow, being on these highs, maybe these bigger players want the price up here, so when they get that bad news, they can get good selling prices tomorrow. That's my only guess on it. But realistically, price wanting to push lower. It's been pretty heavy, so we're going to see if we can get some follow through on this thing, man. That ad was good. The stop was poor. Just I didn't want to take oversized risk on a trade. Tilt currently sitting at 51% long, so nothing really telling us in either direction what it wants to do. The delta is trying to push now down lower. Price also pushing lower. So hopefully if we can get down through that 21, you'll get a good delta push to the downside. We're really not, like, the bottom end of this liquidity zone right there is holding us up. So we need this to crack first, obviously. But if you don't get a good volume push to the downside here, then I don't want this. I want to fucking take this thing down to yesterday's lows. That'd be fantastic, right? But just trying to be patient with this trade here. It's really trying to sell off, but it's not giving us that follow through. 21, I want that 21 to break. That is really where we're going to get a good indication of what's going to happen for this sell side. I don't have any tilt yet. want this. So the value area is holding. The bottom of the value area is holding. If this is now going to be a lower, higher low, then potentially could be a long opportunity for some people there. I'm not necessarily looking for that. I'm looking for this thing to continue to flush, get heavier, give up on some of these because Microsoft is rolling over. Apple is still just continuing its downside pressure. There's been no buying in Apple whatsoever. Every pop has been shorted. Nvidia is sitting on highs and it's just sitting at that 631 level. It hasn't moved. And Microsoft is rotating. So we have been getting the confluences. That's why we've been taking these shorts. And we just haven't got the follow through on NASDAQ. So it's been so heavy. And that price action from yesterday where we did break out towards the end of the day, it just told me that sellers kind of gave up. But today we're coming in at the higher prices and trying to push it to the downside to stay within the range until we get that Fed meeting tomorrow, or even, Microsoft earnings, Google earnings tonight, post-market earnings. We're floating right now in profit. It's green. We're not, these wicks are slow. They're not like very manipulative for me to think that that's like a liquidity grab, but also at the same time, it's not giving me that hard flush that I would like to see on a downside move, right, through some key levels. So I don't know. Like I said, with all these confluences with the equities pushing to the downside and then not getting the follow through, every time there's a little bit of a pop in it, the NASDAQ holds up and pops. So I've been kind of chopping myself up with that in mind, and it's really it's weird as far as that's concerned. This Express is down 91. We're looking to kind of play this level here, see what we can do. If this thing's gonna bounce, then we'll be stopped above the overnight low, because it's acting as resistance right now. That is a liquidity zone for me. I don't like to play middle of the ranges type plays, so that's why I didn't like it. And I'm not a momentum breakdown, so these trades are a little bit more difficult for me to hold. I just need this thing to give me one more rip to the downside so we can get rid of this and be break even. I want to get lower than 627 though. That's a higher low. Just kind of dealing with some price action right now. If it breaks above this overnight low, I would anticipate a pop. %60 long in the micros. Come on, baby. Give me this one push to the downside now here that you grabbed liquidity up here again. Rejected that overnight high, overnight low here before. We're coming right back to it again. We're using that as the stop. We're trying to let this thing breathe a little bit to get that flush to the downside. Doesn't seem like it's coming. It seems like that range bound trade today is obviously the trade. That's usually what I'm looking to do. But like I said, I'm looking to re-enter the range from the previous few sessions. So that's what I'm trying to really grind out here. And, not that I'm trying to stick to a bad bias or anything like that, where anything shouldn't, not holding on to something that I am totally convicted on. The market has been telling me today, this is a heavier market, right? We got those numbers. Everything seems like it wants to recover all that information from yesterday. And that's why I'm trying to hold this and continue this to the short side, right? We held that little wedge there. Once again, hopefully we can crack the bottom of 27 on this push to the downside. Not sure if that it will, but we are being patient on it. Apple, once again, every little bit of a bid gets sold off. We are continuing this push down. Currently sitting down 350, right? Same location. That add-on was like our downfall today. So like I said, we're going to hold off on ads until we can get ourselves back in the green and give ourselves that opportunity to make that choice to push up to the upside. I mean, to kind of capitalize on gains. But if we can't do that, then, I'm not going to continue to make the same mistake in the day and just kind of get myself into more and more trouble for no reason. So if we crack the bottom end of this wedge here, right here, then I'll move to break even. And if it's not the follow through that we're looking for, then it's not the follow that we're looking for. But right now we're still in this wedge. So I'm kind of trying to just let it breathe. It sucks that my order is in the middle of it, my entry, but so be it. We did get a delta pop there, which is not helping my case. I don't want to do any ads. I get so tempted, right? I'm looking to if it does flush the bottom, wanting to get that contract down, but I know for sure that that's going to get me in trouble today, right? So I don't want to do that right now. I want to see this thing crack this bottom end of the wedge to see if we can get that push that we have been looking for all day to clean up the buying from yesterday. The only problem is we did kind of clean up to 21s, which is the high end of yesterday's high, right? Yesterday's high over here, close. Yesterday's high, it's right in that area, right? So, back into that zone once again, looking at the wedge. We've been fluctuating between down 600 and almost break even on the day. So we're looking for that one good trade to keep us, afloat, and then get that next bigger trade to get us out and with profit on the day. So we're trying to just keep the green week going. Yeah, we're in the red a little bit right now. We've been dragging around, chopping ourselves up, but if we do eventually get the move that we're anticipating, then we will get back to green. If not, no harm, no foul. We are in here to trade every day, all and have that opportunity, because that one day you're going to hit that one big, make up for all these little choppiness crap days. It's holding this wedge. It's holding the wedge. S&P's sitting right in the middle of its opening range. We're below our opening range here. If I can get S&P's to fail the lows, that would be really nice, because that would help our case here. That seemed like it's a little bit heavier there. We're getting the base in the delta, so maybe if we get a crack in the bottom of this delta here, we can crack through this wedge and get ourselves to break even. Just when we wind up like this on a slow day, I don't like it, because I think that it's going to pop to the upside, right? If we do crack the bottom of the wedge and push, that 27, then we're going to go to break even. But look at this thing, just creating this wedge so tight. It's amazing how these things form constantly, over and over and over again. It's so repeatable. Apple now popping their high, looking to carry us up, probably. We're being patient with this. We're letting this thing make its choice. We're trying not to just paper cut ourselves out of it again. With the heaviness of the market, with the heaviness of everything, with the information that we got, with that first real push down, looking to kind of clean up the bottom end of that, and then maybe readjust its thinking as the day goes on. But that's really what my thought process is with the macro type environment that we've got going on. If we can't crack the bottom end of this, then the rotation to the high side does make sense, right? In a range bound day, kind of cleaning up that overnight high. I didn't trust this thing, to hold up while we're waiting for these kind of macro news events with the earnings and everything. So crack the bottom of this wedge, crack the 27s. Crack the 27s, please, and then we'll be at break even. Not flushing. Just not doing it. There we go. I'm going to be at break even now because if it rotates through and back to the high side, we're going to get stopped out anyway. I have that feeling that if it doesn't do what it wants to do here, then it's going to rotate the highs and flush us out because Apple is starting to pop. So I think really to just be break even on this would be fine. I would love to see it flush here, obviously, but no, we're break even. We're out. I'm fine with that. That's cool. That ad really fucked us. We should have been just break even on that whole trade. We're down for 70 on the day right now. Didn't take a full loss on it, which I'm cool with. We're down 4.7. There's gotta be a way to directly connect this, but I'm not that guy. So holding on to this now. We're gonna wait and see any sort of failed. Obviously, this is going to end up breaking down when we get out. That's usually how it goes. Apple trying to fail its breakout. Microsoft looking at rotating off of its high end of its range there. Nvidia also rotating downside. Any of these pop, then we're going to rotate to the highs. And I would like to rotate that. Any failed breakdowns. These slow fucking markets killing me. Rotating through extremes. That's what I want to do here. For some reason, this thing doesn't want to break down. I've been burned on it a couple times here for it trying to fake us out. Apple's been dragging down. Microsoft's been pushing to the downside. Nvidia is failing highs, and the market doesn't want to rotate down. So if any of these names try to make any sort of recovery, then we should return this price action back to the higher side, just because nothing's been holding it up. It's been holding itself up on its own merits, so it's kind of discorrelated today. Pretty tight risk. I'm looking to catch a quick pop and see what happens if it does get above our yellow zone, above overnight lows. I want to try and rotate. First target would be VWAP, then next to the overnight highs, but that's home run territory. Getting more of a delta push now. See if we can get this thing to now push up higher, break out of this wedge. S&Ps are trying to push the opening range high, so that's leading us today. So S&Ps have been leading. Let's see if it'll now crack and push to the high side on this. Nothing's been holding it up, and it's been holding. So if any of these names, Apple is pushing up a little bit. Microsoft also giving a little bit of a bounce. So if all of these names can bounce here, with it holding up on its own, then really we should be able to continue on to the upside and have no issues following through with that. So I am only risking very minimal on this. If it does get through the overnight high, we'll go to break even, and then we'll see what happens from there. That's a pretty nice grab there to possibly rotate us to the downside. It had a really hard time breaking below here. This candle, right? Everything's been rejecting that area there. So if we do rotate now to the downside, then that's going to be our stop. However, if we can continue to pop, then you should get like a pretty strong pop through that overnight low if it gets there. the reason I flipped my bias, I explained. Apple has been just nothing but selling off the whole day, every pop. Microsoft's been selling here and there, but it's been holding up a little bit stronger. And NVIDIA is trying to push highs, and it has just kind of been sitting at this level that it's been at for a while. Any sort of little bit of a pop in any of those equities should get us to hold up, because the market's been holding up better than the names. So if the names give you any sort of recovery or catching any sort of bid, then the names will drive us up, right? We got a higher low from there, higher low, higher low, higher low. We've built this wedge out, and then usually from the wedge you can get a little bit of a pop. And then if you can get a little pop in the NASDAQ, let's say maybe that'll help drag some of these equity names with it, and then you'll get a continuation follow through with that. So we want to see what happens at 645.50. That's my overnight low level that has acted as resistance a few times. If we can get through there, then this goes to break even, right? That's that high volume no at 34.25. I don't want to be below there. I'm just going to take my paper cut on that if it does rotate down and flush us, because then we finally actually get the move that we've been looking for to the downside. But if we don't, if this is a failed breakdown, hold of a level, rotate to the other end of the range in a range bound day, I want to be trying to be involved in this for some of this move, at least, try and catch it to the VWAP if it's going to rotate around. I don't know if it's going to. Like I said, I explained the reason why I flipped my bias, but now that Apple has tried to sell off again, it seems like now the market wants to play along with it. So, it's just trying to use all the information to the best of your abilities, and then making good decisions from there, right? For me, I've been just chopping myself up a bit today. It's fine. I'm not out of it by any means. Like I said, I'm one good trade away. So if this does do what I anticipate as far as one of these names carrying us up and a disconnect, then we could potentially get that. But right now it seems like it's holding the wedge, the breakout point, so maybe we can get this thing to rip. Apple is catching slight bounce, not much, but slight bounce off that 188.50 level, and Microsoft as well. So there's Microsoft pushing. Now if we can get through, like I said, get through this, it's speeding up. You can see price speed up when there's a little more momentum involved in this, right? So if we can get through that overnight low, maybe we can pop and get up there. So we're going to trail this. Now we're break even, free trade. Let's see how much we can get out of it. If it fails this overnight low again, we're going to probably rotate to lows. I don't want to be involved in that, right? So I want this thing to continue to push to the high side, give us a little bit more of a pop. S&Ps is playing along nicely. It's going to try and push up into that liquidity zone. So we're pushing above our opening range high in the S&Ps. So maybe at least the VWAP should be a good target at 665.50 right there. Let's see if we can get up to that 665.50 and then see what price does at that point. First line in the sand, though, however, is that opening range low. So we got to get to that opening range low with this breakout momentum from this failed breakdown, right? I'm being patient with this because Microsoft is pushing up to the high end of that little wedge, or the high end of its little range there. Apple is now trying to push up. So hopefully if this little push can continue that, and then, buying begets buying, right? That's the thought process behind all of this. Microsoft is the bigger name at the moment, and it has its earnings today. So we need to see if this overnight low will hold. If it doesn't, then we will be out at break even plus a couple ticks. Let's see the high end of this range. Continue to push higher. S&Ps is running up hard to the high side. NASDAQ is not quite following, so we do have that divergence there. I would like that to catch up. I need this the NASDAQ to catch up to the S&Ps. My heaviness thought is, it could play here. We're going to get stopped out if that's the case. I don't mind that. I'd rather get stopped out for this and then it rotate all the way through to the bottom. But if it doesn't, I want it to hold that overnight low. It is holding it, so that's good. trying its best to get it back above it. Not playing along. Stop us out probably here. There we go. Stopped out. Down 440. 440. Down 440. So we're slowly chipping away here and there, back and forth, back and forth. Not mad at it. There it's playing along. One trade at a time, baby. There's another rejection of it from that side. Microsoft now rolling. You don't get that good fail quick. We rotate back below this high volume node there. Then maybe we can rotate that low in that range bound day. But if we now continue on to the high side, I took my shot there on the breakout attempt. If it's a failed breakout of this wedge, then usually you should get a rollover. My bias has been short all day. Maybe one of these heavier names will help us along, but now Apple is trying to like base up and wedge out at the 188.72 level. So if it breaks above that, then possibly we'd carry on. 10:30. Could we get our true move of the day here? We failed the overnight high now here. If we refail this high volume node, maybe we get that flush this time. Like I said, I'm not doing any ads until of second contracts until I can get myself back in the green. Maybe if I get a really high probability set up at another location, I will be able to do that. But right now, no ads. Microsoft back at the bottom end of its little range. Chop fest. Chop fest. I got 30 minutes left in this stream. Looking to potentially get everything back to green on the day. Break-even day would be fantastic. Anything other than that, anything further into the green is just gravy on the day. So let's see if we can grind this out. Failing that breakdown again. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to stop that there. You are getting a delta confluence. I will buy this breakout. Based on the thought of the S&Ps is dragging us to the high side and the continuation of the breakout, since that was two pretty good liquidity grab type candles there. Yeah, go on up. You try to push it up with my stop loss? Price is speeding up. We got some pretty decent action on these numbers here. If we can get up above that opening range low, I want that rotation to continue on to the higher side there, at least to 665. And then you need to break 665 if you're going to continue the full rotation, right? Microsoft at the bottom end of its little range, so could get a bounce there. That's the push above the opening range low. So if that's going to be just a liquidity grab, rotate down, I'm going to be out on a break even because that was very whippy. If it's not, if it's just going to continue on, then we should not get stopped out. But it looks like it wants to kind of tick us out here, right? Yeah, because the way that sped up and came right back down, it seems kind of heavy, right? That doesn't seem like something that wants to continue to the upside. It seems like it was more of a grab to rotate us back down. So now if we do break down through the low, overnight low, I'm going to do my normal trade here and see if I can get that thing to continue. But if it does continue to the high side, we won't get triggered in. S&P's right back to the liquidity zone, holding above those high, the opening range high. Not getting that hard push on delta that you would expect if you're running to the high side. Tilt on the micros is 71% long, so I don't have the tilt up for the full NQ because I gotta wait for it to scroll around. Once that comes around, I'm gonna anticipate it's very similar. So let's see if that high tilt and the delta divergence here can get us to rotate down, and that liquidity grab there at the base of the opening range low. Hey, I'm just one trade away from getting myself out of the hole and into green still for the week. Sitting down 440. Nothing that we can't get back with a solid entry and a good trail. I didn't see the tilt. I missed it. NQ long 73%. Yeah, so this short to me it's got a good chance here to play out with that liquidity grab there at the high side. If we fail the overnight low again, we should get a little bit of a flush. So there we are. We're entered short here. Let's see if we can get this thing to play along. If it's just a grab and a run, then we're out again. But we're only out for a 30 tick stop. 30 tick stop at 150. So there it is, pushing higher. That was a little grabby, right? A little bit of grab action there. Apple pushing up again. I just like that tilt, heavy tilty on the higher end to secure this thing as a short, right? I think if people think it's going to be a long, then the short, especially down at these areas, is a harder trade for people to execute. So more likely that it'll, try and get some people out to the downside if they're short. If they're long, right? If they're heavy or long up here, you get them involved and then you short them out, squeeze them down to the downside. I want this thing to push to the downside, so it's holding. So we got to get below that overnight low again. I could use that as the stop. That seems very important. Yeah, anything above here is going to be a wick push to the high side. So see if we can get some follow through. We got to break down below the bottom of the yellow zone, and that's going to be this little, rising trend line there that's been acting as support. So we do need this to continue to fail, roll over. Apple is not trying to follow through anything to the high side. Microsoft's still trying to push the lows. Nvidia also failing there at the high end of its little range there. So trying to play this range as best I can. Gotten a little hole early, have ground in and out of it. So we're trying to just get ourselves to a point where we can be involved in the trade that does want to play out, and kind of leave bullets in the gun for that move. If we go up down to here, I want to move this thing to above the overnight low. Apple looking like it wants to get heavy again, selling through 188.80. But it's just been diverging too so much today, as far as the equities and the actual pure price action of this, because Microsoft and Apple have both gotten really heavy throughout the day, and the NQ hasn't played out. And I feel like it just wants to catch up with the heaviness. And that's why I keep hammering these shorts, because there is room to clean up that orders from yesterday that pushed to the high side. If price just continues to want to hold up and hold up and hold up, like I said, also if Apple or Microsoft decides to take a rally, and that's why I flipped to that long on that one breakout there, because potentially that was going to hold up those equities, and then it was going to just kind of continue to rotate up. But realistically right now we're in that little bit of like we're not going to break out to the high side. Also, we're not going to roll over. We're going to get information tomorrow from the Fed, and that's why I felt like maybe we'd clean up some of that mess from yesterday, which we have. We cleaned up half of it. So I want this thing to break down below 40. If it does break below 40 and crack this trend line, then we should be in a better shape. But realistically, this trend line's been holding pretty strong. If you get a hard bounce from here, if we go up to that, like a quick little wick down below it, I'll go to break even. and then see what happens from there. But if it's going to bounce from here, then so be it. $10.40. Still a little bit of time left in this stream to try and get some money back. Trying to push down harder on here, right? You see that price action trying to push through 40. I want to see what happens if it does try to wick the bottom of this little trend line, but it's acting so strong, that support. It's amazing how these trend lines are holding up. Yeah, leave that back where it was, and I'll grab it and move it if we do flush it, right? I don't want to just hold on to it and let go on accident and stop myself out. So let's see, Microsoft still trying to push through the bottom. It hasn't made any sort of newer, like it's stuck between like a 10-cent range there. Apple is just sitting at the high end of its little consolidation pattern, and Nvidia is also just doing the same thing that we're seeing on the equities. We're kind of just not making new highs, not making new lows. But this sort of grab here at that opening range low, and then lack of even trying to go back to it right pretty quick, telling me that there's a short seller there that wants this thing to push lower. S&P is looking like it's trying to reject the liquidity zone. I would like to see it start to lead us to the downside. Microsoft, once again, back to the bottom end of its little consolidation pattern here. I want to see this thing flush this bottom here. It needed to get through this wedge, this little rising trend line here. There's a speed up of price. Microsoft looked like it cracked the bottom of its little 10-cent range. So there it goes. It's pushing down 409.90. So maybe we'll get a little push here. You see all these little quick grabs. Quick. Nothing pushing us down. There we go. There's a little flush. So we cracked it. We'll be at break just above the overnight high again. Not break even totally because I want to give it a little bit of room to breathe unless we crack the low here. We are going to be above the overnight low because usually any sort of failed break of a trend line that doesn't work out will rip pretty quick to the high side or to the other end of the whatever way it didn't break. So I'm willing to risk to the above the overnight low to let this thing try and play out a little bit more. Quiet. Sorry, I'm just focusing on some of this price action here, seeing what's happening at the bottom of my little liquidity zone here. This kind of failed break of this little wedge here telling me that it doesn't want to hold. It wants to hold. I'm sorry. That didn't go to break even yet. I'm still above this overnight low, which is going to stop me out real quick. That's a great liquidity grab there, though. So let's see. Maybe it'll hold it. Yeah, that's a good stop location there. So now let's see if that was a liquidity grab. If that's going to rotate us down, now we're going to be at break even because if it fails it this time, then it's going to fail it and it's going to run us over the overnight high, overnight low. So let's get a flush of this bottom here. If we can crack the low of this 37, then hopefully we can rotate down to the 27s and beyond. But right now we're looking at this possibly just failing and stopping us out. But we want to try and be involved. That's why I keep taking these shots, because one of these moves, Microsoft's still trying to push down through the low of this little previous candle. And if it does, it just did. So I don't see how the NQ does hold up with Microsoft doing this and Apple doing it as well. So both of them are doing it and it's still holding up. It's crazy to me, but hey, they're disconnected. The market does what it wants when it wants. This is something that you need to recognize with your trading, right? Like when you're watching certain things like this, is that what is happening in the back end here if they're supposed to be correlated to these big names and you're not getting the same follow through? What kind of move will you get if they do return back to correlation? Yeah, I got stopped at break even right there because I did not want to be involved if this thing does fail the breakdown, rotate back through the high. Still down 440. Looking to see where we can get involved at these levels. I'm going to bring this over here so you can see what I'm talking about, right? You got a big rally and a sort of a fall off, but you see the way Apple has fallen off so much harder on some of these moves and just not getting that direct relationship when it does give these breakdowns. So my thought is, since it's doing that, it's not going to want to do what we want it to do. So if it does bounce from this level here, if any of these Apple or Microsoft decides to bounce from the zones where they're at, right? We're at an area where Microsoft could bounce, then we could rotate this back to the high end, right? That's why I keep trying that breakout there. S&Ps is still pushing higher. The failure to rotate to the downside with these names rotating to the downside just gives me the AAPL. Just you see them just not doing what you're doing. If you can get that thing to push back up to 189, then the confluence on this to push back up higher, it's there, right? I get in, I get out. I get in, I get out. I'm not flipping my sentiment on just because I'm wrong here or wrong there. I'm thinking through some of the reasonings why markets are doing what they're doing at the price that they're doing it. Usually if I get a failed breakdown from an overnight level, usually you get a rotation back to the other side. And with Apple and Microsoft not helping this thing to the downside, to get that flush, then you're expecting that when they do start to pop, like, you know, you're getting a little bit of a bounce there. You're getting Microsoft pushing down, but also at a level where it could really bounce, right? So that's what I'm looking at as far as this. When I do get above the level where I would be short, now I can see if I can get that rotation back to the high side, because one of those things is wrong. One of the disconnects is not helping. So S&P is trying to push up to the day's highs, and NASDAQ totally off the highs for sure. So we are trading on an island here with the NASDAQ, it seems, without anything. You know, S&P is trying to lead us, and we're not following. The equity is trying to lead us and not following. So got to trade price action pretty much on its own right now. Very, very patient, very much looking to see. I mean, I'm not super patient. I'm being slightly aggressive. Like I said, I wanted to be aggressive in these accounts. On a choppy day like this, I'm trying to get myself the opportunity to be involved in whichever direction it does decide to break by limiting my risk on the losses. So I am seeing this as, you know, S&P is now making new highs on the day, and the NQs are still down. So what is not playing along? Is the Russell doing anything? Anybody know? I don't feel like bouncing off this while I'm in this trade, but I'm going to let this thing play out, see what happens. Apple giving a little pop. Hopefully, maybe now we can... Microsoft also bouncing off that low. And NVIDIA also breaking through that high end of that range there. So if this is going to fail the break to the downside, And if it's going to follow the S&Ps up a bit, then maybe we can get this thing to rotate to the high end, back to VWAP, back to 665.50. And then you have to see what happens at 665.50, right? Because that was a pretty important level there. This is no longer important for me. This is, because it was holding pretty good. Lack of a follow through and a breakout there. Nothing congruent on the delta. Nothing on the tilt that I can see. MAQ, 67% long, 69% long. Nothing like a heavy tilt. So could stay congruent on the long side. I'm not adding. I'm avoiding the urge to add onto this thing if it breaks above the opening range low, because the ads have been getting me in trouble today. So I'm just going to start trailing my stops and just securing some profits on these things, right? We did get another lower high there, trying to hold this little range here. If we do break down that, then we're going to be out. Normally we're off in 10 minutes. Yesterday, right around 11:30, we got to the levels that we wanted to play with. Didn't quite. I wasn't on to make a trade, so we didn't execute anything there. Probably for the better, because it kind of just continued to rotate to the high side, and I didn't anticipate that at all. We're still doing that. Like I said, S&P's made new highs on the day. NASDAQ has not even come close to even the opening range low. I mean, we did come close once, but we're not even entering in there right now. So we're holding lows in the NASDAQ on the day, low area. But we're right at the point of control. See if we can flip this up to the high side a bit. Just one little rotation more to the high side. At least maybe even in this little, we could see this sort of wedge kind of forming here as well. Get up into that area. Starting to see a little bit more green in the delta. This is a liquidity zone. Come on, baby. Give me a nice little pop on this. It'd be really nice to clean up the whole range from that release this morning. It was a pretty heavy move to the downside, algo driven move, and then we just have been basing through the middle of the range of that. So I don't think prices really can pick the direction yet, obviously. S&P's has chosen to push to the highs. Grinding kind of day. Down 440 on the day, sitting right at break even on this trade. So we're looking to see what happens with this to either push one way or the other. If I do end up trading past my 11 o'clock time, I'll let you know. Really just trying to see what I can do within this chop to kind of secure some profits, get out. Secure some profits, get out. I'm not trying to do any more ads. That's been getting me in trouble today. Obviously, you can see that drew me down a bit because I added here and I added over here somewhere on two different moves that were profitable trades. I turned to losses. So that's just on me to just be better with those ads in the environments that I'm at, or get better trade location to start. So we're out on that trade there, down 540, kind of just lingering around that level of P&L for the day. 540 to $100 loss. Like I said, I just try to take these paper cuts as they come and just go from there. We failed that high again. I'm not opposed to flipping short here because it does seem like now it wants to break. But this is a hard location to get it. Yeah, let's do it. Let's take the short. should have took it at the exit, to be honest. It's getting heavy now. Delta's congruent. We are flushing. We need to get through the 27s though, right? That high volume note at 30, actually 35s. I'm sorry. There it is. It grabbed some liquidity there. We're past break even now, so we're right there at break even. I'm sorry. Another hard push to the downside there. See if we can continue this thing to roll over now. Not getting it. It's gonna get stopped out at break even. Yeah, we're stopped out at break even. 535, we're down. I don't like those liquidity grabs there, especially on, like I said, the range bound type days here. We're gonna look to take a second. We are at that 1055, so I'm gonna go do a 5-minute quick break. I'll be right back. There it is. Still pushing to the downside now that I'm done with that short idea. It decided that was the time to roll. So let's see if that's now going to continue down or if it's going to bounce from there. I gotta stop looking at that. We're going to be here. Stay on a little longer today. Look to get myself back to break even on the day. I know I have the opportunity to do it. I just need that one good push. We did make a decent low here on the Delta. We flushed the low here, grabbed some more liquidity at the bottom of the value area. Could look to rotate back to the highs again. Just be mindful that this is a key level. That 41 is a key level to potentially rotate back down to the downside again. You got that high, you got that secondary high. Didn't quite make new highs on Delta, so look for this thing to continue to flush. The bottom end of here. Gonna be patient, gonna let this 11 o'clock hour hit and then see if we can get another good trade on. Like I said, every day is just, you're looking for that one good catch, that good flush that I need to be able to do to keep myself in the game and being profitable, right? Oh, I have a random order sitting out there. I don't want that. Okay. There's a push to the high side. Maybe we can get back up to where I got stopped out. The overnight low again. Or crack that 33s, 633s. I gotta wait for this 11 o'clock hour, right? 30 seconds. I got 2 more minutes. Just about. Let some of this play out up until this hourly close, and then I'll be able to make a decision there. Hopefully we can come up back into this 45s, and if you can get flush this level again, potentially look to, like I said, hopefully rotate that back down, get ourselves involved, catch a piece of a big move here. I want to be able to rotate down to 85s, 91s. this overnight high level from yesterday is really pretty important to me as far as a level of concern. It's the high end of that little zone there. I don't see any reason why it shouldn't get there. I have 43 seconds left on this candle. I gotta let this thing close as per my rules. If you don't stay disciplined with your rules, then why have them? Try our best here to be patient. If we get the flush now, yeah, unfortunately you miss it, right? After tonight's data releases, you expect some good moves to happen, right? Microsoft gets its earnings. We got Google and we got AMD. So look for those to have some influence on the market. We got 11 o'clock now. If we do decide to flush here, I will like to take this thing further to the downside. That was my exit there from the previous trade. That was the breakdown. If we do get the flush here now, I'm going to hope to look to catch most of it. If we clear out the overnight low again, and this is a failed breakdown, then look to see if you hold here to rotate back to the highs. These are the kind of things I'm thinking about as I'm trading this. But like I said, I don't have like a lot of confluences because the disconnect on the names and everything has been a bit much. Tilt is only at 60% long, so it could continue on to the upside. That 41 level is important. This was a good stop out location. That was a good entry spot, but I need to see this thing flushed. 41s. See if we can't get this trade before 11:30. If not, if we don't get it before 11:30, then we're gonna look to get off. Maybe I'll get back on a little later. See if I can make up some of this on the close. I do have some things to go run and do, so I may not be on. But let's see if we break 41. Let's get involved there. That 33 level held 1, 2, 3 times. So this 33 level has been pretty good support from this 33 to 41. So let's watch this. S&P is still above that previous high before the earlier 9 o'clock high candle there. So it is holding that high. NASDAQ diverging a bit from the S&P's, nowhere near the highs. Tough day so far. Grounded out a bit. Still nothing crazy. You know, we've bounced between like down 7 to break even ish. We've been taking a couple good trades, couple stop outs. Nothing that we wouldn't take. Like I said, I'm trying to be a little aggressive on them. That's just where I want to be right now with these trades, because I do want to get involved with certain things if they do play out. And short again here from that overnight low, seeing if that can hold. Delta is kind of pushing harder to the high side though, so I'm just looking to fade this high from here. If I were to have a little bit of a buffer, or if I was looking to get a little more aggressive after today, today being kind of shitty, I would try and add down below here. I stopped myself from doing those adds until I get myself back closer to break even or a little bit of a buffer, because that ad has got me in trouble so far today, right? The ad is the issue of the day. So let's see if we can get this thing to flush down where I would have added, right down below here. That's where I had my initial entry idea before it started to push up. 41 is an important level. I need to kind of make sure that holds. But the overnight high, I'm still only risking about $100 on this thing. So if that candle gets stopped out, then we're out anyway, because that's going to push us higher. That's such a good, like, strong push to the downside, and then just lack of follow through on it. Really, like I said, there's a lack of conviction day. It's a choppy day. Trying to get yourself into a good position where if a follow through does occur, that you're involved in it. If we're going to try and grind back out of this hole, we'll get that that flush down. If we do get that add point, I'm going to put my stop at break even. It's really going to be the flush of 637.50 is what I'm looking for. But we look like we're rallying. Oop, sorry. But this is like the setup I like too. Lower high, and then not a much lower high, but it's just like after a breakdown, you don't even come close to that next level, and then you get that true flush. So let's see if that's going to play out here. That is something that I like to play, usually more so on like a run up and then push to the downside. But this is still a downtrend market. We're well below VWAP, so this still should have that lower high mentality of shorting and coming through with some follow through on a move like that. But however, we are in a different kind of environment right now where it's just very choppy, very sideways, and we might not get the same kind of move that we do get. So, but if we do end up getting that push where we break below our low here, then the stop at break even makes sense, and we can see if we can then push further to the downside. I want to see some huge gains too, but we're just waiting for this chop to stop and give us some follow through. Come on now. Waiting for this. These are the days where you're maybe a slightly overtrade, but you're trying to get yourself in a position where if you do get that final real good move and where you start to get a little bit of a continuation through, at least to rotate down to the other end of a range or whatnot, then that's what you're trying to be involved, right? This is what trading's about. Trading's not about just, it's about making money. It's about keeping money. It's about putting yourself in good positions to make money. So really, I'm not trying to overtrade in any sense of the word, but I'm also not trying to not be involved if my move is going to happen at that point, right? So we keep rejecting that overnight low. Keeps telling me that it wants to be heavy. We're making lower highs here. If we can get that little bit of a flush here, I think the selling will continue itself, but that's just on me. Right here, it didn't. Could it do it here? That's the question. And it's not up to me. It's just up to the market, right? The other day, I didn't get involved in something like this where I was getting, not playing along to the high side, and then it just melted. And that was the trade that I missed. So I don't want to miss that kind of opportunity in this play right here, right? This is where I'm looking to get. Look at all that liquidity grabs, using that as resistance. Breakouts haven't been playing, so looking to see if this thing will now rotate back down to the bottom end here, and we can see if we can get a flush of that. If we can, then hopefully we can continue our rotation down. If we can't, then we're going to just try and trail our profits as best we can. I'm leaving the stop up until it breaks below the yellow there. So there we go. So now we're break even. We're a free trade. Let's see if we can keep ourselves involved now. We need to break through 34s, 33s, right? That's been a very key level. Normally, if you do get this flush of a point like this, after this type of chart pattern set up here where the price is just confirming a lower high setup, if you get through the low here, then you shouldn't look back at this level. So I front ran it a little bit. Usually the entry will be down here. That's where the ad would have been, right? We're not adding today because our ads have gotten us in trouble early in the day. So we're not doing that anymore for the rest of the day until we're in the green, or if we're close to it, and we find ourselves at an A plus setup where we're gonna even probably just go in on 2 right off the jump. But that's just that's a little bit of ways away. We're gonna continue to not do that right now. Look at that liquidity grab, pushing higher, pushing higher. There's a wick to the high side. Hopefully that fails that 41 now, and we can rotate through. If not, that kind of push is gonna rip us up. Yeah, look, you see that thing grab that liquidity there. I'm out on that, stopped out. We are still, that was a break even, so 550, still down that number there. Oh, I don't. You see that the delta's pushing harder, higher, and the price is pushing lower? Does that tell you something? Does that tell you something? That tells us that we're going to sell here. If it does not, then we get that breakout. Higher low, higher high. I'm doing it. I'm going for it again. Going for it again. Let's see if we can get this thing triggered in a big melt. Give me a big melt. Let this heavy market finally play its hand out here during the 11 o'clock hour. $62 long. Look at this. Chop City Day. Chop City. Bah, 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 bah. $50-50 on the tilt. All right, we're in a sell here. Let's see if this thing will continue to push off now. I'm leaving that stop at the overnight high right now, the overnight low, until we can get a little bit more follow through on this. 41 was a pretty important level. 33 is also another key line where I want to see the price to get through it pretty easily. Because if we keep doing this little dance here, we're not going to get anything out of it. I'm leaving that there because I do believe that if this short does play out, it should not stop out the overnight low again. This is just the kind of thought process I'm going through, looking for these things to follow through at some point. The more shots I take at it, yes, I'm cutting into profits and whatnot, but if I can get this thing to play out a little bit, then I'm going to finally be able to get myself into a position where I can start to be a little more aggressive on certain entries, with the ads and whatnot. But really, I need this thing to flush. I need to get down there. The delta is congruent. We are pushing lower, so there is that. We have Apple at the bottom end of its little wet pattern here. Microsoft pushing lows but bouncing a little bit. I'm trying not to use them as confluence too much because they are not acting great today. S&P's pushed up to highs. NASDAQ did not follow. We're diverging quite a bit. So taking this short here, trying to clean up some of the mess from yesterday. Like I said, if we can get through and down through 21s, then we should be able to get all the way down to 91s. And that's my real play for the day. And that's what I've been looking for to try and play out for most of this day. I've been entering and exiting and kind of getting washed around a bit. But if we can keep holding these lows and pushing down and getting something to play along with us, I think, like I said, I think that we should, like, we can never say if we know for certain, but we should be able to, if we can clear these 21s, get down to where we had that huge push. Like, look at this on the 30 minute, right? You can see on the 30 minute here, this huge push was kind of unnecessary. We were in this range. Price came up here. It didn't really want to be up here, so it's been fading down. It's been heavy. There's no reason not to want to clear out through some of these levels at the downside, right? So that's where we're at on this. I'm not trying to lose money on any of these trades anymore, so I am going to go to break even because realistically, if it gets to 21 and doesn't do what it's going to do, then we're not going to be involved, right? This is where I would have liked to have had an ad where we would have been aggressive. We would have had one off at 21, but we can't do that, so now we got to just kind of trail our stop as we see fit, how much we kind of want to give back, how much of, if this kind of candle is going to hold or not. Right? If I'm going to get this thing to hold this breakdown, then it should, theory, never come back to the top of this candle. We're getting that good flush here. This is really good to see. I'm not trying to be panicky or anything like that, but I do believe that if we could hold this, we should be able to get that flush down, and this should be the time that it actually does cooperate. So I am trying to be as patient as possible with this. I know I'm giving back quite a bit if I leave my stop there, but I don't feel any need at this second to move it yet. If we do get down and we hold and flush and we sit down below here, now I might consider it, because you see it, like I said. Remember how I said the other day, a fast move, I go with a fast trail. Slow moves, I slow trail. This is now trying to speed up. This is either trying to grab liquidity or it's going to continue to sell off. Like I said with my 30 minute, I do see this down to at least that 91 level from yesterday, where we chopped around. We did kind of have a breakout point just above there at 98. So watch out at 98 if we do continue to flush down. If you're going to be a longer hold, watch that 98s. I am going to trail my stop down to the 21s because I don't want it to come back up there ever again on a flush like this. Any sort of good flush should, have selling continue to just pour in. Apple, Microsoft, all playing along nicely. Now that we are actually Apple didn't catch up yet, but Microsoft led us to the downside here. So be mindful of that as well. We are looking to take ourselves from red to green on the day. As far as our 50K account is currently up 270 on the day at this point here. So it's pretty much everything from 21 down is our profit for that. And we're still down a bit on the other one, but we're definitely securing a lot more of that, and we're helping ourselves out on the day. It's a very, very good trade. Like I said, that's why I kept taking my shots, because I wanted to be involved in something that looked like this, right? This is what I wanted to see. And now, especially with this, I want to see this hold below these levels here. If it can't hold these lows, and we get wicked out and then it rotates down further, so be it. But really, with the kind of selling move that we had here, it's similar to the buying move that we had yesterday. So if we can get down through that 610s, then hopefully we can continue to flush. But we got to get it soon, because we're probably going to get stopped out if not. If we get down through this low, then wherever the highest part of this little bounce is, that's where I'm going to move my stop to, secure a little bit more profit. Just because I don't want to get stopped for much more than that. Like I said, 21s was my flush point. We do have like a liquidity zone there. It's, in theory, would you like to just stay at break even and take that? But the way price action has been acting, I don't want to be at break even and lose all that move that I was expecting, right? I was looking to get it to 21s. Anything below 21 down to 85s is really my target, right? Not panicking out yet. It looks like it wants to push those lows again one more time. Apple and Microsoft are not bouncing. Well, Apple has a little bit of a bid, but not much. So, like I said, they haven't been correlated, so it's fine. I'm looking to see if I can get this thing now down through the 10s. If I can get through the 10s, maybe we do even move our stops just above the 10s. Because if we get a hard flush, like a fast move, you'll see it. I want to be securing that profit there. We're up 500 on this trade at the moment, looking to try and maximize our gain to the downside. I am going to put my stop there above the little wick that we have. Secure a little bit more of this below that 21. Hopefully we can get the flush of the 10s. If we do get the flush of the 10s, watch this price action. It is speeding up right here, right now, so we could get a little bit of a buy bounce off of that. I want this to now never come back above that little wick, though, because that really would invalidate this as just purely selling pressure. That buyer disappeared. Whoever it was, it's gone now. So hopefully that we can get this full rotation down to the downside. Previous session overnight high is what the first target is, and it's sort of the breakout point from yesterday around 1-ish. So there's a lot of resistance here. I need to get through 10s. If I can get through 10s and it's a hard, good flush like one of these, then we're going to go right to 10 as our break even, as our trailing stop. But we're going to be mindful of this, right? We're mindful of this area here. Just below here should get us to flush down to the 85s. 85s. Let's get there. Come on, baby. Let's do it. Floating in profit, right? Everything now is gravy. It's all good with me. I am looking to continue to maximize this downside pressure. However, I'm just not convinced because of the way price action has been acting all day that we're going to continue on here. But I would like to see it through 610s. If we can flush 610s, you should get a decent move through there. It's sitting on it. Now they're at 610 there. I am going to make sure that if it does bounce off 610, I'm secured down to 617, just above that. We should now, if we get a hard flush, 610 will be our stop. So if we get a hard push, like a decent sized candle, something like this, pushing down into close to 600, 610 will be my stop. The rejection of 610, however, could lead us to a nice little bounce and a pop. So that's why my stop is just above right there at 617. If I can stop there, I'm cool with it. I'm taking that money and running, and we're going to look for one more good trade to end our day from red to green. Looking to get stopped out here. There we are. We secured a nice little win there. That trade netted us a good $405. So well done. Went from down $550 to down only $150. So very nice trade there. I do see that potential to continue to roll over is there. However, just based on the way it held 610, we got a couple wicks on it. We possibly could rotate to 621, and I wanted to secure even that extra, $110 on there to get us back above and into green. Our new funded account is in the green on the day, up 161. We didn't have it all set up and ready to go until after we started our drawdown. So we are in the green on one account. We're 150 down on the other. So overall, really good sticking with it, trying to get involved. Like I said, where my ad would have been was obviously where we wanted to see that flush. We got it. I wasn't adding on this because of the way price has been acting. We've been getting in trouble with our ads. So unfortunately, that would have been better off because, right, we would have been stopped. We would have took some off at 21 and our stop would have stuck at 21. And then now we would have finally got the flush to 10 and we could have left it at 10. So, we stuck to our rules, though. We stuck to our guns. And now we're okay. We're still one trade away from having a hell of a day. 600 is a key psychological level. However, like I said, that 91 spot is good. One good trade away, right? So now we are getting, so the move that I was anticipating, right? If you can't hold 21s, you're going to clean up this entire move here. You're going to clean up this breakout that we had that was pretty much unnecessary. So now you're getting that total flush. I tried to be as patient as possible with the bounces off of 610. I didn't get it. You know, I trailed it tighter. You know, I had to secure this. It is what it is. But looking at this, you know, flush right exactly to our number at 91. So if you are watching me and understanding some of the stuff that I'm saying and hearing what levels I'm calling out, look at that to the tick. 591.75. Where was that breakout point yesterday? Boom, right there. These are the things that you got to look at, right? Look at these levels. Look at why price went to where it went and why price would not want to be where it was, right? What did we get today? We got those JOLTS numbers. We got that consumer confidence. Everything is still up. There's still no reason for markets to be at all-time highs with the current rate environment that we're at. But now that we cleaned up that 191, you may get that range-bound bouncing happening now, right? Especially with Apple making like this little wonky little setup here. We're not quite into my liquidity zone here, so possibly could push even further down to 80s. Anywhere in this zone could look to buy if it does reject, only just based on a pure range bound type play. Give me 1 second. I am going to hang on for a little bit. I want to just get a little more coffee, fuel the beast. Give me a second. All right. So there's that little bit still pushing to the downside. Walked away for a minute. Price is still perfectly acting like how we expected it to all day. Just didn't get it. Kind of chopped ourselves around a little bit here. That first real getting ourselves into a hole and that ad there kind of is really what got us in trouble. And then a second ad. Really right now we're back to basically break even on the day. Down 150 on one account. Up 150 on the other. So pretty much exactly break even as far as P&L is concerned. We're going off that running P&L on the bottom of the screen. Sorry, I'm on the wrong chart. We're running P&L at 150 to the downside. That's just on the one account. Where the other account, like I said, is up 150 because I didn't get it started up right at the same time. So we're trade copying on it. Looking to see if we can get a bounce from these levels now. Not a huge one. Like I would like to secure maybe, you know, to the top end of this range there at 600. So let's just see if that'll act as liquidity there. So let's see. I'm going to try it. I'm going to give it one shot at 191 as a breakout bounce. Let's bounce this. Bounce play up to 600 would be nice. Get ourselves back to break even. Just a real quick hitter. Wow, that was a very whippy move to the downside there. We're going to end up getting stopped out on this one probably if that's going to be a true move. 1130 acting as a... Oh, S&P is selling off really hard right now. I'm going to get out of this if it does come down lower. S&P is really... I don't know what happened there. That was very interesting. Give me one more pop up there. Otherwise, I'm going to be out on this. Down a hundo. I didn't want to hold on to that if that was going to let me out. I'm going to sell this here. We're going to sell that as a flush. S&P is just totally sold off like wildly hard. So I'm going to look to see if I can catch this momentum to the downside on a just continuation push down. Nothing crazy. I'm trying to just see if I could catch this to flush now because for some reason that the S&P is now catching up. Now the market's speeding up. You saw those two liquidity grab candle type moves there. I want to see this thing get through 85s, get through down to 80, maybe down even further. But now it looks like it wants to bounce. That could have been just a grab for me, and the divergence is playing. But the S&P is leading us down now. Really encourages my short idea here through 85s. You see price just playing with us right here. Not sure what went down, but I do feel like that we can catch a little piece of a pretty good flush that's like looming right now. There it is. This price is speeding up. Price action speeding up, speeding up, speeding up. We're going to secure this break even. Okay, that's a liquidity grab down there. If we can flush the bottom of this 78s, then we're going to go right there to it. Flush it, flush it, flush. Come on now. Don't bounce. Don't bounce here. Not here. Ah, damn it. Back at break even. Alrighty. Find that. That was interesting. Very interesting price action going on right here, right now. I'm going to bond yields climb, stocks located, job opening data. No like news right there, right? 930, 330, Dallas Fed service indexes. That was earlier. Nothing. No news. So I don't know what's causing that really. Right this second. I'm gonna go for that long again on that bounce play. Just out of that. Oh. Let's take that there. We're going to be aggressive on this bounce. Right off of my zone. And this being a fake breakdown. That S&P like hard push down, dragged us down, but then it was just really like a liquidity grab right at the bottom end of their opening range. But now, whippy action. Come on now. I anticipated this thing to go lower, but the whippy price action now, I'm not encouraged. Like I said, I just want to catch a quick bounce off of it. That 91 level is huge, dude. This flush looks like it's happening again. Damn it. Now, okay. We're deciding to get ourselves thrown back in the chop city, so we're going to wait a second again. This is why I don't like to trade at this hour. Here we go. We're down 450, 435. These are the days of our lives. Yeah, funny. Okay. Like I said, we have that bounce idea from this zone. Just for a quick little return to 600. But it looks like it wants to continue to flush here. Selling is continuing. Getting back into our little area here. We flushed 69s. All right. Let's go. Let's keep going. 69 is going to be our stop there. I don't like when I can't see correctly. There we go. Push down further. Let's continue this sell side pressure. If we can get down even lower, I'm going to just trail this thing out just purely based on momentum. Took that out there. Down 330. Do. Okay. Clean out most of that there. Microsoft, continue our pusher to the downside. Could get one more little leg down. We're grinding out today's session on longer than normal. I appreciate anybody sticking by, hanging out, talking, chatting. I am going to keep streaming until I am done trading. So if I'm on here on the computer, you're going to see me. If I'm executing trades, you'll see it. We bounce back and forth, up and down pretty much all day. We took this great trade here, stopped ourselves out. Then we kind of chopping ourselves off, trying to get a bounce here. I may look to see if I can catch it just really quick off the bottom here. Not trying to catch a full-on knife or anything, just really trying to get back a little bit of this flush. So I want to do that here. Going to throw my stop pretty tight. And then we're going to see if we can get a little bit more of a bounce here. If we do get it, because price did slow down, I want to bounce up, get up to like that 90 level again, and see if we can secure some of that profit. See if we can get back up into that range. If we flush 69 again, then we probably will continue to rotate lower. This is purely a bounce off of one of my liquidity zones. Just buying purely based on my zones and price action, how it's been acting all day. I cleaned up the buy that I saw yesterday. So now if it wants to make any sort of decisions on its own, it's today's, based on the information from today, without the influence of yesterday's, crazy buying pressure to end the day. Want to really get up into that 90. If we can get above this 80 first, then 90 should come into play. I will put my stop at the 80s if we can get a good pop here. I have it kind of just hovering right at this level. There's a little bit of a push, trying to get back, just, base hit my way back into this thing. Base hit my way back in. I need to get above 80, and then we can kind of pop our stop right there. But we're still just hovering right around it. Nah, kind of looking to flush that 69 level. Let's see. I need to just be able to see this a little bit better. I'm such a short time frame trader. I don't care about a lot of the other stuff. None of that other information is important. What's happening now is the only thing that's important. So look to try and catch a quick bid on this on the bounce from my liquidity zone at from the 80s, and then run up to about the 90 where that breakout happened. Maybe try and stop some people out there from the shorts, and then maybe continue back on. I would love to see it up to 600. I mean, right now I'm in the long, so I would love to see it all the way back to all-time highs, but we're not going to catch that much of a move if it does happen. So we're going to be below here. If this is not going to break out from here, we're going to get stopped out for $50. Come on, get on up to the 90s. If we get up to 90s, we're going to trail this tighter. If we crack 80, we're going to go to break the stop to about 80 so we can secure about $100 on it. There's the break of 80. So we are securing $100 on this trade. I am being very tight on a bounce because if we don't get a full straight bounce V-bottom type deal, then we're going to be out anyway. Looking to just secure some of these profits back, get myself back closer to break even so I can take a better trade. This is a pure bounce play off of my liquidity zone. If we can get above 90s, then we're going to look to do that. Microsoft is bouncing. Like I said, this is my zone here. I'm looking to play a bounce off of that after a really hard sell-off, maybe some shorts taking profits. That's really what I'm looking at. But I'm probably going to get stopped here at 80. Yep, stopped. 235, we're down now. Kind of just jumping back in. One trade at a time. Take some of it back. See what happens at 90s. If it does get a little bit of a pop from here, then that's unfortunate. We are still slightly green on the 50K account, and we're slightly red on the 100K account. I would like this thing to kind of give me one of those low volume node like pops. That's what I'm looking at there. Yeah, spilling some coffee here. It's all good. Just the way this is kind of like creeping back up. Something's looking to pop here, possibly. I've been missing these type of entries off of my liquidity zone, so I'm looking to try and be a little bit more aggressive on some of my entries because of my lack of catching some of them prior. That's really what it comes down to. I'm working on some entries. I'm working on things that I would be doing that I was not capitalizing on before. So this is not like an A+ setup for me, but it is a area of interest where I like to be involved, right? This liquidity zone that I have created. It was a very important level yesterday. It ended up being the breakout point. So if it acts as support now, I want to try and see if I can catch that support move, breakout once again. And like I said, I'm not looking for a crazy huge run up. I would love to see this thing come all the way on up to here, obviously. But right now I am, starting with that now recovery from the breakdown of 621. 60% long on the tilt. I am being on here longer. I'm off today. I'm streaming a little bit longer, trying to get myself back to break even. A scratch day is a win for me today, especially because a scratch day on this account means that the other account's up 200 plus. So I'll still be profitable on the day. That's the leverage of having multiple accounts and then also not getting both of them into drawdown at the same time. So that's what I'm looking at here. S&Ps finally, man, took that sell. Really helped our sell out a lot. We caught that move from the very top here, and we ended up getting trailed out at that 617 level. We could have capitalized on that full move. We did not get a chance to because we did stop ourselves out just at that point there. Just based on pure price action of the day, has been really rangy. So I didn't want to be involved in that, but I do want this thing to bounce. It's right off my zone. I'm front running it a little bit to kind of limit my risk. Because whatever the low decides to be, that's where my stop will end up being. And if I can get that breakout, like I said, normally I would try and, if I do try to play a play like this where I could add on a second and then take one off pretty fast, that's what I would like to do. But if, on a pure bounce play, I'm not looking to do that. I don't want to get run over. Price is trying to push back to the downside, but you're seeing this not getting that flush, that hard push. Delta's not coming in hard. You're actually getting a little bit of a positive delta pushing in. So that's what I'm looking at. I do have this all the way down to 60, this zone. So right at the bottom end of this little tick here. So potentially it could rotate back down there again, look to maybe flush it and then come back above. Take a long through 69. That would be another ideal position because that does limit my risk totally. Because if you get through the low and then try to return right back through 69, then possibly could look for that to be the stop at the very low of the day there. But right now we look like we're getting that divergence, possibly looking to pop off that 79. If we get through 80s, hopefully we can get that push. Fading extremes, not trying to catch bottoms because I don't care if it goes lower after I secure my profits, but trying to catch little pieces of these moves where we have higher probability of a bounce. And we have a probability that thing will bounce up. You know, it should hold the bottom of that candle there, 604. So yeah, let's see. That's not right. The bottom of this candle here is low, is 569. Yeah, so 569. That is a pretty key level here. This right here. If we get this higher low, get a bit of a delta push to the high side, the crack of this spot right here should get us to kind of accelerate up through that low volume node. Apple is still continuing its sell side push. Microsoft also just kind of looking to bounce, actually. Still continue its bounce, I should say. NVIDIA now at a low, bouncing. And we're triggered in. See what happens here. If we get to the point where I would have added above 90, we will move our stops to break even. Stops below 72. It's fine if I get stopped out there. I don't care if I get wicked in and out because I can catch that next one move, right? Like I did before and make up for all that and then some, right? So I want to be involved in the ones that I can actually capitalize on and be out kind of quick if I'm wrong. S&P is now trying to hold its opening range low. That 30-minute candle has been ticking back and forth between red and green. So if that decides to bounce too, it could help us out here. Really, we had one terrible day on this account so far. That last Wednesday we dropped down. We went down $2,000 on it. Took us from being up 1,000 to being down 1,000 on the account. But we've battled back. We're pretty much right at break even on the account. We're looking to see if we can now make everything back that we lost. Not just today, not right now. I'm just saying in general, just executing, being aggressive on our trades. We sort of learned some of our entries. We were being a little too patient, a little bit too timid, and what got us to this point, myself, is being a little bit more aggressive on some of my entries, taking my losses as, quick, like right, this one, if this one's wrong and it stops me out, fine, it's cool. I'm taking the loss there. I'm not waiting for it to continue to roll over, give me an outside loss, and then I, have no opportunity to get back into the idea that I have on the type of play that I'm looking to take, right? So this one possibly looking to continue its sell side pressure, because NVIDIA is now rolling over as well, so we should probably cut bait, but we're going to let this thing stop us out if it's wrong, because if we do catch a bounce on any of these other names, could help us up to the upside and continue our trade. Just our idea is to get to like the 90 level and then see what happens there, because really this is still valid. If we do flush here and look to get down below 69s, we're gonna look to see if we flush the low, and then we're gonna take the long through 69. Hopefully we don't have to deal with that. Hopefully we bounce from here and then never look back. And that could be our final trade for the day. But we're, like I said, we're looking to just kind of talk out what our next scenarios are as we're here. Like if we do get stopped out, it could rush that 69 level. S&P is still trying to hold that opening range low. So it's kind of helping us out here. If I get one more pop here, get that above 80, that could be the pop that we're looking for. Oh, yeah, I might want to cut this thing. You know what I mean? We're still here. Come on, let's rotate to the high side here. No, we're going to flush the bottom. And then we're going to get to, then that's going to be where the push happens. So we're going to be stopped out there. Yes, sir, we're stopped out. Still back down 440. We've been fluctuating right between this number all day. Just looking to get it back to break even. We're not taking outsized losses. We're doing a good job of trying to be aggressive, be in a spot where we can take the trade that we want. Looking at this key level of support to break us out to the high side after getting the nice little sell-off, cleaning up that range there. But the range that I liked to stay in was below here. So also at the same time, I don't mind if it does get down to that 525, but we have to be mindful of how price is acting at these levels, right? I'll try a shot at it one more time, you think, here. Above 80s, because that could be the crack. The above here, that above 80 level, but then keep my stop even tighter, right? Because if it doesn't pop, explode right here, then it'll probably roll over again and I'll be out. There we go. There's a little bit of a break. Trying to get the rejection at the bottom. Trying to push up to the 90s. I'm going to be quick to break even if we can get up here a little bit further. Come on now. S&P is holding that level, looking to hold it to the high side, push up more. Let's rotate through the 90s, get some short squeeze involved here. Short squeeze this bad boy up to the high side. Get these buyers involved. Come on now. Crack that high. Don't be a little lower high. Come on now. Nope. Gonna fail this 80. Come on, don't fail the 80s. Hold the 80s. Maintain that bullish strength. Come on now, push, 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 push. Box, box. F1 style. Hold the 80s. Flush that 91. Give me that real rippy run to 91s. 91s is that point of where stops should get run. And that's why I'm trying to kind of front run this entry here to get back up to that high side, because I do feel that is a spot where price wants to get to. Doesn't want to do it now, so we're going to get stopped out once again here, probably for a little $100 loss if it does come below our zone here. Continues its sell side pressure. If we get back above it again, I gotta go to break even. I have to mitigate this loss as much as possible. Oh, there we go. Little grab there. It's price action sped up a bit. Come on now. Be the buyer that we need to have here. Come on, be the buyer. It's going to mitigate my loss even more there. I don't want this thing to go down below that again, because the way that thing grabbed, it looks like it wants to flush it harder. Yeah, no thanks. 520 again. Right back to where we were. One of those days, baby. We're going to grind out the day. But we are going to get ourselves in a position to be able to profit. I promise. Okay. Still here, still out here, still grinding. Not out of the woods yet. Not on this move here. Trying to see maybe we flush 69, get a little bit more people involved in the short, and then bounce. Otherwise, we may continue our flush to the downside. We got our move finally, and now we just ground ourselves out again, trying to get that rotation now back the other way. We may just kind of grind in this zone again, so I might look to, if we do get that 69 flush, try and buy off that 69 flush, and then be quick. Just start securing $100 until I get myself back break even, right? Because I could get those pretty quick, right? You can get a $100 move in 20 ticks. As I trail up, that's what I'm looking for. $69.75. $69.75. I want one more maybe false breakdown here, and then revisit 69, and then see what we can do up to 85s. That's really what I'm looking at here. I'm trying to be mindful of those levels. Microsoft still has a little bit of room to the downside before it runs into a serious resistance point at 406.18. Very flat delta. We are in lunch hour. I usually don't try to trade this time, but like when I'm grinding, I do like to grind myself back to even, especially when I'm seeing certain levels be played. This is where my strategies works. Most of the time you're trying to I haven't been taking my entries off my zones. So like I said, I want to try and be more aggressive in that area, because that's where I kind of didn't succeed in the previous week, where I kind of ground myself down because I didn't take the trades off the levels that I would have liked. And I did take some other ones where I wasn't really too happy with them. So S&P holding now below the opening range low. I want to see this thing try to get to 69s. I don't like this at all here. Come on now. Play the 80 if it wants to break 80s, but if this thing flushes the 69, like I said, I'm going to look to see what happens with that price action as it approaches down the lows, and then I'm going to look to return it back through the 69 level and rotate back up, give us a little bit of a reversion here. But if we get triggered into this 80, we're going to see if we can secure quick moves, right? If we go up 100, we're going to break even. And then we're going to try and work our way up. Again, that very similar setup from up top, right? Higher, lower high, breakdown, new lower high. That's really what we got here, right? Lower high, new lower high, rotate back down. So you could see this continue on, but it is not. It's more of a continuation in this, and it's not a reversal type play, so that's where that's looking. I usually like to play that on a reversal type deal where it's going to be the opposite direction. Give me that bounce play soon. Give me a flush through 69. Don't quite make a new low. No new lows on the delta. And we can possibly then rebound and get what we need to get and get out and be done with the day. Okay, there we go. A little bit of a speed up there. Kind of trying to get some selling to come in. See if we can get a failed breakdown or if it's going to be an actual continuation. So that was a pretty good tick of 69. Exactly where I got stopped in is the point that I didn't want to get stopped in. I was thinking about getting rid of that order, to be honest. But if we can reject 69s, then hopefully it will be nothing to do about nothing. But we're going to get stopped out here. There we are. Flat. Down 7. This is the move that I was looking to actually get here. The flush of 69s. And then a return back to the high side. Down 7. Don't want to be down 700. This is one of those days where I just am a little bit grindy. Don't like what I'm get myself in here. There's a very strong wick to the downside. Let's see if that's a liquidity grab or if that's going to be a strong continuation. Let's see what kind of. Now we got some action there. Let's see if we can get back above 69. That could be our liquidity grab. Give us a little bit of a pop here now. We can catch some of this move to the high side. Just broke through my little zone there, down at 60. We heavy on the tilt. Tilt is currently 50-50, so possibly could just see that continuation pushing down. All right, so we are down 705. Kind of get this thing back above 69s. Work our magic here. Try and get a pop on the bounce. If not, we could rotate down to the important level of 526, 525, 525.50, around that area. Previous session, right? That was a pretty big liquidity area there. Yesterday, getting a bounce here. Bullets in the gun. You gotta leave bullets in the gun to take chances at some of these entries. Reasonably, if we didn't bitch out our trail there, although we did have a reason to stop out there, you could take that short again through 610, catch another little piece. Could have been trailed out down here. It's fine by me. Just playing the pure range bound type day that we've been expecting on, but it's more of like a wider range over the course of 2 days than it is a range bound day in particular. So if this doesn't hold, then the rotation down to the bottom end of like 17,445 ish, that could occur for up until tomorrow, up until the Fed meeting. So also be aware of that. So this downside pressure, although it seems like it's a lot for the day, it still has plenty of room down to here for prior to the Fed meeting to stay technically range bound for the week. Apple catching a little bit of a bid off the lows. We are at the bottom end of my little liquidity zone there. So if we do break below and hold below now and act as resistance at, let's call it 60s. So if it holds, then expect the continuation to roll down to that 525 by the end of tomorrow, possibly end of today. Bid us up here. Come on now. A breakthrough 69s. I would anticipate this as a failed breakdown. Possibly look to rotate higher. Be below this previous low because then we don't want to stop that. We don't want to come back down through there. The first interesting point would be this breakdown of this zone and then obviously beyond to stay sort of rangy for the day. But if we don't and then we just continue to kind of just grind to the downside, then that's also likely, right? Since we have been doing that after we got all those lower highs at that level at the top. If 69s acts as a grab point, then we'll get stopped out. It is what it is, but I am trying to play this bounce. Failed breakdown bounce. Sort of range idea here. Off of my zone, still within my zone, still within the reasoning of that being a good play there. We are at 12 o'clock Central Time. $542.75. So, but went on here yesterday. Bottom end there. Could be a bounce from the bottom end there. Give me this little failed breakdown here, and then we can get some rally going. Oh yeah. Usually I want to be done with this day. Quick work off of this, but it is what it is. We're going to see what we can do off 69s. I didn't eat my whole muffin. Maybe that's the problem. Gotta eat the whole muffin. Let's grind back here. Apple V-bottoming. I need to get up to this 80s before I move my stop. Come on now. Give me some follow through here.
Oh, it's such a grind, dude. I suck today, but I've been making executions based purely off of the strategies here. So sometimes you just grind out. Yeah, same. A little more than slightly. I need this thing to kind of pull a stop run above the 80s so I can move my stop to break even here. I want some more buying to kind of just keep coming into this. Be like, oh, now's the time to short again. Now's the time to short again. But buyers just keep stepping up. That's really what I need to see here. 69s. Oh, what are you, long or short, Ray? Long. Yeah, me too. Obviously, you can see on my screen, but hopefully we can stay in this longer. And you got to go to work soon. Hopefully you can be having to wait till the very last second to be going to work. You got your stop below the lows or what? Look at mine. 62s. I do like when you're on the same side of the trade as me. We both capitalize on it. It's nice. There we go. It's trying to push. Can we get above 75? 75s is a high volume node there. It's attractive. Like I said, if I go up 100, I'm going to put my stop at break even. So let's see if we can get this thing to continue to push. I want this thing to continue up through 85s. And then if we can get through 85s, then you possibly can look for that thing to continue to 91 on just like an organic just push up to the upside. But it has to get into that area. Right? It's got to get above here for it to give that little pop push. If you get above these, likely, like I said, 91 is that level that you want to kind of be mindful of. I want it to break out from 91, and I would love it to continue to rotate higher. Like I said, continue the range bound type of day that it's having, but it needs to get above 85s for that to happen. I'm going to stay, got to start to secure this as just, I don't want to lose money on this anymore, you know. Yeah, I'm down too much for the day for me to have a wide stop. Yeah, if I get paper cut it out, I get paper cut it out. If I get whipped out, you know, that's our difference in our strategies. Obviously, it is a little bit of a slower time frame of the day, so I should be able to trail this a little bit tighter without getting whipped around. If it's going to continue to play in my direction, if it's not, then it possibly should rotate us down and to new lows. But I would like to see this thing push off of my zone there and continue to rotate to the high side, at least through 91, and then be able to make a hard decision at 91 with my trail, right? 91 would net us 405. I would like to at least give us that opportunity to let it break above that even. But that's just when it gets there. Hopefully it can get into that zone. If it gets into this yellow zone and accepts, that's really a good start to our trade here. Up 25 ticks, so you know, looking to get up through that 91, accelerate some buying pressure. The S&Ps is now pushing up against its opening range low, so if it accepts back in there, maybe we can get some buying pressure from the S&Ps, which will hopefully in turn carry our NASDAQ to the high side. We are approaching those 80s Apple is bouncing a little. Maybe then we can kind of get each other to bounce and bounce and bounce and bounce and bounce, right? 575, you can see that as a high volume node there. I'm gonna leave this stop here where we're at because I don't want to get wicked out on this thing if it's going to continue to the high side. This is the trade that needs to be held a little longer in order to let it go. Above 85s gets us to 91s. If we get above 85s, obviously I'm going to get up to here. Yeah, so there we are. Cruising through 80s, right up to 85s. Stop loss below this candle here because if we do now grab that as liquidity and rotate over, I want to be out on it. I'm going to use this account to track P&Ls because I don't want to blow that one. I wouldn't hate just like a pure short squeeze currently. It would be very, very nice. You know, getting back up to 21s, I will be a happy camper. I don't know if I'll be able to hold that long because we did that 610 zone there. Right here, this breakdown point is very important. So if I get up to that point also, I'll probably be trailed out there if it doesn't just rip through there like a hot knife. If we get above 91, expect a whipsaw action there. If we get above 91, I'm going to go to 85 as a trailing stop. There we go, Ray. There we go. Getting that push up, right? Getting that push, continuing that buy side pressure, using our liquidity zones as our locations for entry, and taking the entries, not letting shit deter us from doing it. And that's really what I've been screwing up before. So hopefully we can get this above 91s and then carry on a little further. We ticked just there. That high of that candle was 89.75. I need to be above that. If I can hold above that, then 85 is going to be my stop. $633. Hell yeah. I would love to see it $633, baby. Give me the $633 all day. $641 even. $641.50. But we need this to pop here. Just for my sake. Just trying to get back half of my crap losses, right? Not trying to trade P&L, but also, like I said in the trade earlier, like I'm going to try and secure some of these things so I can get myself back into a position where I can make a good trade like this one, right? Get yourself into a good position, you know, secure some of the profits, make sure you don't lose it all after you're in a green trade. And my 50K, it's not a combine, I'm funded on it. I'm down a little bit on it right now. This trade is going to put me a break even on that account. So I got two funded accounts, 100K account, 150K account. Today is the first day on the 50K. We were up a little bit on it. Now we're down a little bit on it. With this trade, we're getting pretty close to being down just like one small loss on it, like 150. If we took profit right now, we'd be down 160. We're trying to hold 85s. If we can hold that 85s and push up higher, then we can secure some of that. I need to get through 91s. I would love to see it get to 91 right here on these next few candles so we can break out above that. But if we rotate now down through the 80s, I'm going to get stopped out. I know you're still at break even. That's fine, but you know that's a great way to take this because realistically, this should never come back down to the bottom part. But for me, I'm trying to secure some of these profits to get myself back towards that green. And since I'm such a shorter term time frame trader, and I'm taking these paper cut losses, I got to take some of these winners also while they're on the table. So, you know, like I said, I might get stopped out in places like that where there's a little bit of congestion, but that's fine by me. If this is going to be an organic buying pressure, it should hold 85s because that's a place that people are really going to be watching. And that's the high end of my other zone. So if we could use that as a springboard point, it'd be great. S&P's middle of their opening range, so I'd like to get back to our opening range, which is all the way up here. If S&P's can break towards their highs, it may help make that happen, right? If we do break here, 610 would be that next point where we want to get to. Because look at all this low volume. You got high volume nodes here. Look at all that high volume up here. All this is lower volume nodes. So really, if you do get through this high volume portion, you should be able to crack through and get up to 610 through all these lower volume areas, kind of just flush through there. Because this price action happened quickly, so then there's not a lot of time spent here where there's a lot of volume being executed, so there's not necessarily a ton of orders just sitting waiting to be there, right? It flushed through, it's good to go. Now, if you get to it again above 391, right, there's a low volume node there. It's just all lower volume up until you get above 610 again. So that's where price wants to be. Price wants to be where there's orders. So that's why we're looking at this to be that sort of return back to that side. Being patient, trying not to let this little choppiness whip me out. I want this thing to continue to push higher, but I don't want to give back much of my profits. So like I said, if it does get above 91, then I want 85, right, to be my stop. Even after that little push there, I want to bring this to here. I'm securing just a touch more. Because if right here doesn't break out, then we probably do fail hard. I want to get above that 91 so that liquidity up there, I want to take care of that 610 liquidity again. Do we anticipate this thing to rally to new highs on the day? I don't think so. But like I said, we're playing this liquidity zone as my bounce area that I haven't been doing enough of. You know, my zones have acted really, really solid over the past, year or so. And I've just been very standoffish on taking my chances at it. And I know that if I have the opportunity to take it, I'm going to try and take it nowadays. The delta's not helping me out here, but hopefully we can get a nice little push pop here, and then carry us on to the upside. You just, like I said, be mindful of this little bit of a wick area there. That was the indication to go short before. So if we do that again, you may look to see if that's going to reject that level. But really, the 85 is holding as resistance here. Probably gonna stop us out right there. Yep, there we go. So we're failing it. We took off a couple hundred there, down 480. So at least that's putting us in one more spot, right, where we can be happy to grind this thing out a bit. not going to be afraid to enter again. Today's, like I said, it's kind of a grindy day. We're looking to see if we can capitalize on some of these moves. Your wider stop is good. So I'm going to take 2 seconds. I'll be right back. Usually, if you see me streaming on at this time of day, I am down a bit. I'm out now, so you can do whatever you need to do. How did I get that much on here? Fantastic Costco, Death Wish. There's the break of 91. I'm gonna look to take this as well. If I could get a little bit of a pullback, you know, I'm gonna take this as a buy limit here at 89.75. Shook myself out on the bottom end of that. Should get that full rotation out at 610 because of the liquidity. I have a buy order at 589.75 just in case it just wants to tick in, tick out, get me involved in this. Still looking to kind of work this order, work this long position here, get myself back to even on the day. We're really trying to grind out a day here. One good trade away like we always are. You're not getting a full hard breakout here, so it could rotate down to the downside again. Be mindful of that. I am looking to see if I can get just ticked in on this just like a tick below 90. And then right at the top end of this liquidity zone, it looks like it's still going to be a strong push to the top here. Still just kind of pushing higher. Probably won't get ticked in. Yeah, wicked myself out there. Really was the right move. I like your wider stop there, Ray, obviously. Once I moved this in here, I really kind of regretted it, but I left it where I left it just because I figured if we did get the breakout, then we shouldn't rotate back down. It just didn't break out at that point, right? I moved it just a tick too early. I should have waited for this next one, left my stop there, and waited for that breakout to finally happen before I actually moved it, but that's it. Nothing doing right now. I'm out of mine, but yeah, you're still in here. No, I could, but I don't want to. Yeah, I definitely don't want to. I have an 80 tick stop. That would be all the way down here. 90 ticks, 80 ticks, right there. It's not terrible. I mean, 390, yeah, it's shit. But realistically, you know, I didn't want to give back that money on this trade. That's really why I didn't. That's why I secured this bottom half. That's just my bad. But 610 should now be easily your target. Never got triggered into that long again. Sucks to suck sometimes. When you have the right analysis, you do everything that you want to do except for that one early movement of your stop loss and you get ticked out. Just part of the game. Really nothing to hang my head about, really. I am still, like I said, one good trade away, and there's still a couple hours left in the day. Normally, I don't want to trade all day, every day, but on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, I do have the opportunity where I don't have to go to work. So I'm out here looking for opportunities, trying to hunt something to get myself back to break even, and then normally not, if I can grind from a red to green, that'll usually be the end of my day there. Just because I have the opportunity to trade longer in a day like today doesn't mean I want to do that. I do love trading. I'm looking for opportunities, but this setup here was these two here, this one and this one, were both the proper opportunities to take. I did it, took the profit there, did it, took the profit there. Everything else in between has been a bunch of paper cuts that have really kind of got me into the position where I'm at, where I'm grinding out the ads for the day, right? Add-ons really got me in the hole slightly. We got off on one here, which was good, but then we did it once or twice on maybe trades that shouldn't have been done. I'm taking the buy off of that. A trail using 610 as that first target. We do need to clear 600 because that is the key psychological level, but the volume areas really didn't seem to be too concerned about it. So on the way back down, on the way up, I don't see it being so much of an issue. Let's see if it is. We should be able to clear it. We wicked it twice here. We need to see if we can clear these wicks before we move our stop up. And once we clear 600, I'm going to try and secure it. Like I said, I got to keep taking my profits as I go on this. I'm willing to take my wins as they come on this. I needed this thing to bounce kind of a bit more here off of this little rising trend line here. So 85 is that key level there. I want this to push through the 600 level. Once it gets there again, it's got to get there again. We're above even the opening range high on the S&Ps. So like I said, the divergence on these two is pretty big. If S&P continues to the high side, hopefully that the NASDAQ now will look to continue to pull this up. it's a 77% long tilt. So potentially look to get some sort of whippy top and a failure, but hopefully maybe we can just continue on here and they give up on the get us to 600 and get more tilty, and then maybe get us off there. So look to get back into the green, get above 6. Cracking this on the fake downtrend here. This is like not a really strong candle, right? Strong trending idea here. This is just an idea. 91 is that was where my entry would have been. So we're looking to see if that'll go up from there. Apple's still grinding higher. We did bounce off of my liquidity zone. We have till 600 where there's the psychological level. But like I said, I thought maybe with all this low liquidity on this way down, maybe probably clean that up. Also, stay range bound up to that 10 level and then see what happens around there, since there was just a little bit of a chop there. In a world where I wasn't grinding out and adding contracts wasn't going to piss me off today, I would possibly look to add on my long cost average right up to this level here, even to 85s, because 85s is where I find a very important level. So I could cost average in a touch, not adding to losers, but working a zone to build my position size so I can limit my downside, but also have that opportunity to grab some ticks to the upside, right? So that's what I would be looking to do here. If I want this thing to if I think that this is just going to continue to grind up, to add around the 90 level, add a few here and there, and just start taking them off as we move up to the upside. So that would have been my idea. But really, right now we're grinding. We're trying to get back into a positive day today. So we're looking to see if we can't just catch like a nice little wick through 600, get ourselves to break even, and then see what happens from there. Just slowly, securely, grind ourselves a profit here. So if we do break down below 89s, I don't want to be involved anymore. 85s, like I said, is the line in the sand there, but I got myself stopped out here before. I might do it again, but I really don't want to be down too much on this type of trade. No. So I want to add around 90. So that's not right. I don't want to do that. I want to make sure I keep myself in this trade if it's going to continue to the high side. If my plan was down to 85 with ads and cost averaging and whatnot, then that's where I would like to be. I got to take this sweatshirt off. It's hot. But if we break down and we tick that top end of that, and I get stopped out in a place that I would have considered maybe averaging in, then that's kind of a bad look for me, right? But this is not necessary. This doesn't mean anything here. We are still in a run, base, possible run to continue this uptrend. Build this up, baby. Come on. This is too slow of a trade for me, to be honest. That's where I have my ad. My entry would have been right there. So let's see if this plays with a little bit of a bounce here. If not, then we're going to have to try and get out of this thing. There's a little bit of a bounce. So the ad would have had us cost average down to 91. You don't want to have too much risk on that. If you are going to add on there, like I said, down to 85s. Like you see the high volume on 87, down to 85, possibly drawing price to it, looking to get it, and then run to the high side again. That's why I kind of have this being a bit breathable here, below 85s. I think we're in a place where price probably just gets bored and bounces, but we could just sit sideways for hours, right? We do have Microsoft earnings after the market today. We have Fed meeting tomorrow. Everything says that there's going to be a range-bound, choppy type day. And then, if you're going to get involved in these things, you got to try and take your profits and walk away. For me, I'm looking to get this thing over 600. It's just taking a long time before I can move my stop to break even here. But let's see if this now wants to go, if it's just going to continue to do this little dance around this 91 level. If we do not pop this top, then we may want to get out of this thing. You can see that it's trying its best to push its head up over that, but it just keeps failing it. So reasonably, you can kind of expect this thing to not play along with our idea. And if it does push harder, then you may want to just run the break even quick, or if you're trailing, if you're still in like Ray, maybe start to secure some profits just based on price action just being manipulative. Like if you get a manipulation to the high side here, maybe possibly looking for the short to come back into play if it's that first move up, right? You got that double wick, double top there that we had that created this short here, and we're kind of getting the same type of action now, but it's just longer and more grinding. There it is. There's the flush of that 87s, pushing down towards the 85s. Yep, there's 85 flush. So like I said, you got to kind of be mindful of that. We're back down to 680 on the drawdown. Kind of update that. $680. Just keep bouncing back and forth in this. I saw that kind of just fluttering there, looking to possibly get us involved in there in that short below 85s. You might want to mute me here because I got one sell side through 85. Over trading day today, but hopefully we can get this thing to now crack through 69 again. I am break even on that. I want this thing to flush hard now that it failed that push to the high side. I want this thing to get all the way to 69s before I can even consider getting out. However, it's kind of nice to be able to secure some of this profit here. 555s. Let's continue this rollover here. I'm at break even. I'm looking to see if I can break through 75s again. If we can do that, maybe we can get through to 69s. But this liquidity zone could also just be a buy location for some continued on longs after stopping these guys out here once again. So I'm just kind of talking through what I'm thinking on both ends of this. I really, I took the long off the bottom. That was great. Good job. Excellent. Off of 69s. Now I hope we can rotate down through the bottoms, try and catch it again. It seems like it's accelerating to the downside. So like I said, we're always one good trade away from trying to get ourselves back in. This could be that one, but also we've been drawing ourselves down pretty good on the day. So I'm not really, it's really just a grind at this point for myself to try and get everything back to break even. If I can secure some of these profits, my son is back, so I'm gonna close the door. Can I get a flush of the bottom one more time before we get the pop? This could just be the pop, the final liquidity grab for that push up to the upside. So those of you who bought at the bottom still are safe. I'm just catching this move to the downside here as hopefully planned. I need to get through the 78s again, through 80s. Oh, you got a cool tool belt, dude.
I got a tool from a class.
From your class? All right. You're so cute. Good job. That's what you trade for the boys. I would love to add through the bottom here, but I'm not doing it, I promise. I talked to you, I'm telling you that I'm not doing it. I'm not going to do it. I'm looking to see this thing still flush to the bottom. Kind of get right back down to the 60s, which is the bottom end of this little liquidity zone that I have here. Maybe that acted as a grab above to short down now further into, like I said, that 525 level. That was pretty important over the last few days. That's where I want it to be. I need to try and hold this a bit. I need to flush the bottom of this candle here before I move my stop to the 80s. One trade at a time, focusing on trying to build back a little bit better of holding on. Like my ads and stuff usually would play out here. It would have been added and I would have been off probably one already or close to it at the bottom of this. So that's how I manage that strategy. That's how I maximize profits a lot of times. So we are going to go to there above 80 because 80 shouldn't come back there. Yes, maybe I should be above that wick, but I don't care. We did crack the low here, so maybe we get a little bit of acceleration. We're going to go above the body to the candles. There's a heavy push. We even got a little bit of a gap on that there, so just be mindful of that. Could it be a grab point? We're up 2 on it. We're up 35 ticks. Secured about 20 ticks on it, so we basically covered some of our risk on this trade. That kind of move to the downside there without a follow through may be something. My power might go out. I just saw a flicker, so just if I disappear, hope that my stops stay in place and hopefully this thing sells for the rest of the day and then I can get my stuff back. So I don't want to lose power. Just that's what I'm hoping here. I may have to actually secure a bit more just so in case that happens. Get through 69s. If we flush 69s, that is a very good sign for this thing to rotate all the way back down the lows. The way I mentioned it at the high there, the failure to continue to even come close to 600 should tell you something about potentially looking to secure some of these profits up at the highs. I didn't like to give back anything, especially that much of my win. You're giving back now 80 something ticks. just playing with this 75 pretty flippantly, right? This is a very important zone. Price is flushing. Let's go, baby. Come on now. Come on now. Down. Come on down. Bob Barker, baby. Let's do it. Come on. I need to get this thing to keep flushing. If we get to 69, stops are going to go above these wicks. I would like to see this kind of price action now that we're getting close to this level where sellers did come in before. Are they going to come in again? Are they going to repeat that? We are getting a little bit of a delta hold here, right? Like it's holding that level, not quite making that new low there. So just be mindful of it. Come on now. Let's get this thing now to start flushing. Get a hard delta push to the downside as well to really help us continue this thing to rotate to that really that desired level of 525.50. $525.50 is the top end of this next yellow zone. So we got to get to this zone again, and we have to deal with all that inventory and trying to rotate down through it again. So just watch it, see what happens. If I get stopped out beforehand, you still want to see what happens, right? 69s was a very important level. I wanted to secure above the wick there, right at 76, 75. There's a high volume node there, so if it does go to that, it's going to go to it again. 69 being a very important level. S&P rolling over. We're getting through the bottom here. If we can get to these ticks here, then we can secure back to 69 as the stop. And we'll see what happens. I'm going to try and let this thing breathe. But based on the range bound day, right, if we get right back to that low again, are we going to flush? I don't know, right? Nobody knows. Is it going to be another bounce play? I don't know. But I'm going to secure some of these profits and make sure that I can get myself maximized once with what I'm seeing on the chart with this price action, right? Yeah. Trying to recover 69 again. This acted pretty strong here. So if this is not going to break, if that portion of 562 to 560 is going to hold, that's going to bounce from here. So watch it. We want to see this thing flush that point. If it does get through here, it should get to the low, right? The bottom of this, right? It was support. And then it acted as like a little bit of a resistance to the high side. And then now it's acting as a bounce point to return back to the 69s. That was what I looked at before, right? Flush, return, trying to get that thing to go. I need to break the low here to get to 69 as my stop, because if I can't hold these lows, then 69, if it doesn't hold, then it probably will continue on to the upside, right? So I'm going to leave my stop up here for now, because I do believe that if it does get above there, then I'm going to continue to be wrong. I'm willing to give back that little bit there, that 150, because I feel like 69, if it does hold and continues to rotate down, we do get more sell side pressure. We're not quite getting that delta push. It's pushing to the high side, but at the same time, price isn't pushing up. So maybe we get that delta to confirm us when we get closer to the bottom. For me to think that this is going to be like another reversal type play, it's going to need to flush the bottom and then kind of grab some liquidity. If this is going to be a V bottom flip up here, then so be it. We're out. You know what I mean? But to tell me to get out quicker, that's not quite there yet. Food. I love food.
One more coffee?
I'm good. I'm gonna do AG1.
One more coffee?
Oh, I'm good. Thank you. Can we flush 69s? 69s. Let's see. Another breakdown through 69 may give us a harder flush to get through this final little push here. But just be mindful, if it is a higher low, you get your divergence on the delta. Could be that point where maybe we should start to look to secure more of these profits. I'm trying to be patient. My patience usually wanes thin on these kind of moves. I was patient at the top. I let the thing kind of play around with me and then eventually stop me out. So down here, I'm trying to let this winner maximize itself, hold it a little longer, just so I can get myself closer to break even on the day. Seems like that $400 down mark is right where my profits want to kind of stagnate. I do think that we could get that good flush here. Flush of 60s in the futures. You see this here? If I can get below this level again and push down to 525, that's us pretty much accepting back within the range of yesterday, right? Where's my little value zones? Right? We're within there. We want to try and at least clear out that point of control. Head that back down to the value area, but now Microsoft's bouncing, so probably push up to the highs. Point of control is 47 from yesterday. Seems like people want to be buying that 69, right? We're not flushing it hard. We're holding it up pretty good. Delta's pushing up. Price is trying to push down. So that's your sort of key to kind of be mindful of this price level. It's also my idea of if it does push off, I want to be out. So especially if it rejects here again, 73, fuck it. I'll take that profit and run. I'll take $200 on it. If it's not going to give me the flush at 69 right now. If it does attempt to go through it again, maybe I'll look to enter down below it. But if it decides that it's going to take off from here, I'll just take some of these profits and take it out. I think that 69 is becoming a liquidity zone here, especially the way Delta is acting. It's just not quite pushing down. But also with Delta pushing up and price not pushing up, maybe that's going to continue us to the downside. So these are the things, little tidbits of information that you need to use to your advantage. Microsoft was at the high of a range, so now it's selling off from the high of that range. So hopefully maybe now that will also add some of our short bias here. If we can get through this low, I'm going to move my stop to 69 because I wouldn't want it to come back through there again, right? You get through this low at 62, probably get to 60, right? That volume node there. Then I would move my stop to 69s. But right now it seems like it's probably going to stop us out above 69 here. Probably wants to hold. We got a lower high. We're getting Delta to kind of keep creeping up. And if we do wick out here, we get wicked out. There it is. We're out. Down 480. Bouncing back and forth. Took another 200 off. Can't go wrong taking a couple hundred off here, a couple hundred off there, because at some point, like I've been hitting these pretty decent ones where I'm taking 4 off. If we do get this thing to now break down, I'm cool with it. I will take it below there without risking the full profit that I just made. The breakdown of 69. But like I said, if it did crack here, it's probably going to rotate a little bit higher. Hungry. Sitting in front of the computer all day not eating. Play this range now. All right. Long stream day. We're here still 1 o'clock on the top of the hour. Normally I'm done by 11. It's 11:12, 1. 2 hours deeper into the stream. Because we're down, we're trying to grind out the day. You know, we're hitting a couple of winners, hitting a couple losers. Really, like I said, we're always one good trade away from shutting it down for the day. Right now, we're kind of trying to play a little bit of the momentum to the downside, working on our zone entries. We took a long here that we did all right on. We took a short here that we did pretty good on. You know, we have a couple in between that we get stopped. Right now, we're looking to see if we can catch one more of those and be back to even on the day and be done. If it sells hard here, I'll be in. I'm going to use the bathroom. Let's see. Oh, we're in, huh? Okay. Triggered in on there on the trigger below 69. That wick above 75. Rotating us back down to 69s. Now looking to see if we can continue this below. Want to try and catch the low of the day and then a flush of the low of the day down to 25s. 525s. That's what I want out of this trade. I secured some of it. Now I'm going to re-enter down here, and I'm going to try and take some more off as we progress through it. There we go. A pretty whippy move. We need to get below these candles here before we want to go to break even, or above 69 for our stop. Like I said, we're trying to secure some profits here. Trying to make things happen. Being aggressive on our entries. Using our trade entry criteria to some of these key levels to try and maximize some of these moves. Really, could I have just entered in at the high, left my stop up there, and continue to leave this going down? Yeah, I could have, but I got trailed out. Now I'm looking to get back into something where I can trail out some more, one piece at a time. I want to crack these lows. Down below the lows. There we go. We're break even plus some. Cover our costs, because if this thing does now V bottom and rip our face off, we're going to be out and safe. Like that. Just like that. We're out. Because that flush of that low there. We're still safe here to get this thing. That we're down 465 on our trade. So caught a little $20 there. Can we get a reversal now? No, that's a good flush. Son of a gun. I bitched out on that. Look at that move. Shit happens. Playing this bounce, maybe? I don't think so. I think this is going to continue to roll. Below 60. That was the move we were looking for there, to trail it a bit. It's okay. The fail of 69 should not happen in my eyes. If it is, we're getting involved long, because that's our fading of extreme on a day that's range bound, but it's really trending to the downside. But it's a creative range bound type environment, you know, be back up closer to opening range. A failed break of the low. Could look to bounce. Can we catch it again on the bounce? Playing these levels, playing these zones. 60 really would be a nice entry there. I know I've been a little grindy, a little bit whippy today. I've been on longer. Probably gonna end up playing the whole day on these charts here. Overtraded a bit, up and down. Really kind of just trying to grind out some wins, trying to get ourselves back to break even. I find those days way more satisfying, because I'm able to successfully take myself back to even. If we do break this, one more like little flush type deal, I would like to get in back above 60s, because 60 is the bottom of my liquidity zone there. 525 was that downside target before, so maybe I could wait till that. But really, if we're not going to flush the bottom here, then I want to be trying to get involved to catch that bounce quick. Being aggressive, seeing what we can do here, playing these levels, playing that lack of a flush through the bottom. S&P is holding up higher, not making new lows on the day, staying in its opening range. The equities names kind of just dragging around now, especially Microsoft. It's turning day, pushing lows. Apple just continuing to push new lows. Nvidia also at the bottom, and if we can't crack the lows here on these, then potentially look to see the bounce off of the bottom. On the other end of 60, 61.75 would be my entry. Does though seem like the flush is in. There's the point of control from yesterday getting tagged. We can look to now rotate to 525. That was our target to the downside, 525. So be watching that pretty carefully. But if we do fail this as a liquidity grab, rotate to the high side, maybe catch some of this bounce here through there, through 69s. There was a decent amount of buyers here at this point. What makes it different this time around? I don't think that there is much of a difference. I think those same people are probably still around. So let's look to see if they'll come back and play with this level as well. That's just in case the market decides to rip City. We're in above 60. Stop below the low, previous low, or at the previous low. If we do make new lows again, then it will probably continue to flush. If we can bounce here, this is probably the point where it will bounce. So that's why we're playing this long here. I want to see if it'll get through 69, which is the initial breakdown point. If it does do that, we will look to trail our stops up, or trail our stops up, not our starps. I don't know what that is. What's a starp? So let's see if we can get above 69s. Try and get a similar price action to what we got before on this break above, right? This is very, very, very similar price action. I need to get through 69, so I'm gonna have my stop at break even now. Let's get through 69s and see if we can now rally through. Give us a short squeeze on this bad boy here. S&P is now rallying through their opening range high. We're playing this level here, playing the zone. Seeing if we can now get above there. If we get above and into the 80s, that is going to be a probably very important thing to note as far as where we are in this being a bounce play or if it's going to be a rotation to the downside, right? So let's make sure we kind of keep securing some profits on this. If we get above into that yellow zone there, we got to get our stops below 69, so we don't want to come back down through 69s. People using this as a level for shorting earlier, so not looking to give much of that back, but I am at break even at the moment, so I want this thing to get up above 75s and into that yellow liquidity zone. If we come down and stop me out, that's fine, because I took the shot at the entry that I wanted to take it at for the bounce play continuation range type day move. I have my take profit up there at that 610 level. That'd be great if it got hit, but I'm not. I have to work on trailing out to get it to be there, right? So it's got to be a really good, well done, perfectly done trail, unless we do get a very hard spike rally, right? Microsoft is pushing now up a bit, so helping our cause, and Apple is bouncing from the lows. NVDA also bouncing off lows here. So let's see what we can do here. Maybe we get to break above 85s, and that'll be our trade of the day here. So if we can do that, if we can get this thing to continue to roll to push up, to give us that bounce play, then we will be in good shape. Looking for this bounce play here. Bounce play, bounce play, bounce play. Looking to see, there was nothing that really helped us get through this before. Looking to see if we can get the same type of move now. We cleared out that lobe, got some shorts involved with a very manipulative candle into a liquidity zone. And that was my convincing entry to get up in there and try and be on this side of the V. See if we can get above this previous swing high there. Or I guess you'd call that a swing high, yeah. If we can get above that, then we'll be at 69s. Because that was also a manipulative wiki candle before the sell-off, right? You can see, I mean, I have just purely based on price action. I'll switch my bias back and forth. We'll make profits as we see them fit. We'll take them off the table. We'll reverse. We'll take, as price is doing something here, there, around longer term levels, that's where we're going to be at. So hopefully we can hold 69s here and continue to push to the upside. If not, if we fail it and roll over, we're going to be out for break even. I do need 69s to hold. I'm not going to trail up until we're up into that yellow zone, or at least up into this wick here, right? Like getting close to the high of this wick. The high of that is 77.25. So that's where we need to be. Good night, buddy. You gonna take a nap? Come here, give me a hug.
Yeah!
Oh yeah. Oh man, milk everywhere. Be careful with that, okay?
Milk in my hair.
Milk in your hair. Oh no. You have to take a bath.
Milk in my hair.
Go
Dad,
go get some rest, buddy.
I love you, Daddy.
I love you too, babe.
You need a napkin?
In a little bit,
You
yeah.
have it under your sandwich.
Oh, there we go. Good. Looks like 69 is trying to fail, but also could just be grabbing some more longs. So let's just make sure I'm not moving my stop. I'm really trying my best here to let this thing play. Got some milk on the floor here. Guy, crazy guy. Could just be where we're grabbing some to continue our short though. So we're just hold the line here. Hold the line. Get through 69s again. Get up to the highs. Let's see if we can't continue to rotate here. We're stopped out there. See that? That's why I took that stop there. 69 was a grab there. Currently sitting at a cool 445 down. 445. I'll leave it at 480 because probably with fees, that's where I'm at. So we'll stay with that. If we can make another little flush of this low, then we possibly can take this thing now short. This is how I'm thinking through all these trades, trying to get on the right side of one of these good opportunities. So like I said, I'm not usually a really good breakout momentum type person. I'm more of a fade the extreme. I do want this thing to rotate down, however, after it does hold below 60 for some time. If it's going to hold above 60s, like it is right now, then maybe we get that buyback in there. So let me hold that. Let me get rid of that. Apple. It's rotating right back down to the downside again. Microsoft at a high. Now you're looking to take another sell at it. A higher low here. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna front run it below 60. Do we reject 69 again? We will wait and see. If it breaks above it and holds, then we have this secondary little piece there. If it fails, then we probably want to look to get short from it. This is just in case it decides to have a hard fail. The idea being that we do, but it is like a liquidity grab below my little zone there at 60 more than one time, right? That's 2 now times, but above 69 hasn't broke out the way we would like it to have, like it did prior. So we did have a higher low. We're trying to get to this side of the V. If we do break above the high here, I may look to switch my bias back again to the long side, look to see if we can get long back above 80 one more time. But if we really sell hard here, I want to have this here just in case. Gonna run out of time on the day probably here. You see that kind of bouncy price action there? Super interesting. Good to note, but we are on this side of it now, so possibly looking to go long here. Delta is pushing new highs. Price is pushing new highs on that as far as this is concerned right here, right? Not quite, actually. Delta with new highs there would be here. Above 80, above 80, above 80, above 80. I don't trust this. Don't trust it at all. I liked it before, trailed myself out of break even. Would have liked this move to happen here. Then we would have been at 69 as our stop. But then we didn't quite make it there, so we trailed out. We didn't re-enter on the secondary attempt at it. And now we're still kind of just waiting to see if this thing is going to fail once again. If it does, then we're here. If we do get a breakout of 91 again, then we could possibly look to see if we get above 600. So maybe take the break of 91. Ooh, mandatory trade catcher meeting. Let's get it. All right, we're pushing to the high side. Everything is bouncing. S&P purely a range day. Went from highs to lows, back above highs, back to lows. Now we're back right up to that liquidity zone at the highs. Let's see if we can get this thing to rotate from here now through 80. Let's see. I want this thing to continue down now. I gotta be above this candle though. I know I don't want to add. I'm talking about not adding, but really, if I can get a flush here below, no, I can't do it. I gotta just trail. Gotta trail. Kind of cuts my strategy a bit, not adding. Been working hard on not doing it today. Okay, down 490. Cost average in up here. Another flush through 80 could get us involved in a further flush. %76% long on the tilt. Do I get a break? 85 was that point where I wanted to see if it's going to break it again, to try and put this stop so tight to get stopped at 150 on a loss here. It seems like it wants to get whipped and out. I don't want an outsized loss though, so I'm going to keep it there. If I get stopped out, it is what it is, right? Can't have an outside loss because I don't. If I want to re-enter in a minute, I can. Okay, we're gonna leave that right where it is. I want to let go so I don't get accidentally moving it around, right? If we could fail 85s and get down below here, I am gonna add. I'm cost averaging in, but I'm also gonna do it where if I get stopped out right here, right now, then I'm out, right? No centering. Then my first take profit would be down at 72s. And then I can have one runner for the downside. Not really increasing my risk much, but cost averaging my price down and having that second contract on for the ability to kind of push this down. But there we go. That ad, once again, looking like it wants to screw me over today. I said I wasn't going to do it, but the cost average there just made the most sense for me below 85s. We're now at 85s and looking to flush above it. So if we do, I'm out. There's liquidity there. I do want to kind of, if it does get down to even, I want to get it down to even pretty quickly. I don't want to linger up here too much. I want to limit my risk as much as I can with that ad on there. We are going to, looks like we want to get ticked out on this and then probably rotate to the downside. So that's my only issue here, is that the way it's holding, it does look like it wants to give me a wick test higher before it moves lower. And so I'll probably end up getting stopped on that. Which is what I should have waited for before I cost averaged in. But hey, you know, you live and you learn. Still not an outsized loss. If I do, it's an appropriate amount of managed risk. If we get back to the ad, it seems like we're like a tick or two away from that where the ad point was. We're going to start to look at the trail. Look at that. Boom. Flatten that. There's that boom move to the upside. We're going to buy this. I'm going to buy that right now. Could be a liquidity grab, but I'm fine with it. Going to be like that 35 ticks. Down 710. And then looking to add more to my losses because I'm just doing that today. 633 was a very good target point. So if we can now continue this to break out, then maybe 633 will play. If it fails from here, then we rotate back to the downside. We probably rotate to lows. So that's the kind of day we're having. Another lack of follow through on that break. We are bouncing, like I said, off of this liquidity zone here. Grab from the bottom, looking to push through the highs to kind of rotate back up. That's why I want this long through the 90s. And how wrong I was. I know the ads have been bothering me, but gotta do it here. Maybe not having the ads is not getting me in trouble, but it's not helping me, right? So we're gonna see if we can do this the right way. Still bouncing me around. That's where I want this, right? 50 on that one. I gotta wait till this gets triggered before I move it, but yeah. Oh, it's 81% long here. Get myself ground up. Should be looking to do a lot less on days like today, but like I said, not that I need to get back to, I do want to get back to even, but I'm really trying to play these levels, and the aggressiveness is not playing out. So we're back to down 800. We're gonna kind of hold off real quick. We need that one good trade. Down 800 on the day. Down 6 on the other account. Can we get the bounce here that we want through 91? We stopped out once. Let's see if we can get them pushed this time. This is where we're working on it. We're working on it. Through zones. Carry on our original idea here from the bounce of the extreme. S&P is looking to sell off. Possibly going to push us down with that. And we're going to get out on this one. once again, rolling over from this spot here, possibly looking to completely roll over totally. This could be another rejection of this high here. If not, I'm looking to get that add-on and then hopefully rotate to the highs of 610. That's really what I'm looking to get through. If I can get above this zone here, and we're probably gonna get stopped out once again. I'm just whipping myself around today. I think I need to recognize that. Step away from the charts for a little while. Yeah. Flatten everything. Everything's flat. Down 700 on one and 945 on the other. Another wonderful day here. I don't know what's going on. Am I in on something? Orders, positions? No. Orders? Okay, good. Alrighty. Come on, baby. Let's do this. Let's get back in it. Bit tilty, right? Crap day. Delta, liquidity grab again. Liquidity grab again. On top of my zone. Microsoft not playing along. We try it 1, 2, 3 times. On here showing you what it's like to continue to trade through, grind through a day. Just need to be able to kind of get one of these levels here to hit off on what we want to do. Limit our risk. Sell through there, take profit. First one at that level at 69s, front run the 69 level. That's what I'm looking for here. Just going to continue to play these levels, see what I can do. Talk through my trades, trying to grind back here in a rangey kind of day. Yesterday we did a good job, today not so much. So hopefully, we can catch one more good one here and call it a day here. See what we can get here. Maybe we get this little bit of a flush now one more time. Since these levels aren't working for a bounce, but maybe they are working for a bounce and we're just being too early on them. See that little tick up there? I want to see this thing back down to that 25s, 13s. on this kind of momentum to the downside. We did catch a good part of the bounces. We overtraded a bit here and there in between. And our good trades have been outweighed by crappy entries. And fees, right? Patience. Let this thing roll. Trigger us in that second. I know, like I said, ads got me in trouble before, but they also helped me get out of holes. So if that's what's going to happen here, we're going to do that. Not in any race to cut rates. Maybe that'll make an algo go short. Grinding by light. Not quite flushing. Yesterday this was a breakout point. Maybe today it'll be a rejection. It was my overnight high short idea from yesterday was here. So I want to see if that'll play out right now. If not, it's going to break out. Fail the 85s again. That could get us to lead this thing to keep selling off, right? If we could do that, we could take off some profit there. We'll have this ad as our trail. It's interesting because the last 2 weeks, my 2 days off have been kind of crappy. It's finding grindy days. When I have to work and I know I got to be done by 11, I know for sure I kind of make some better choices. I'm on here, so maybe looking forward to tomorrow. We're not going to look to trade all day. We're not going to look to stream extra. We're going to still get off at our 11 o'clock spot. We're going to look to find those high probability executions, especially on a Fed day. Even then, we may not even find anything, and that's fine. I don't want to overtrade on a Fed day. Even today is the day before Fed day. We do have Microsoft news coming, earnings after market, so we are getting a little bit of a push here now. Microsoft now pushing to the highs, looking like this is probably going to be now a breakout point again. Glad we didn't get an ad on there yet. You see those hard pushes. Is that going to be just a grab of liquidity, or is that going to now blow through that level and look to continue to buy side? If it fails now, then we can look to see that that's a liquidity grab, but really it doesn't seem like it's going to fail. It seems like it's just holding it. There it is. Pushing up higher, pushing up harder. Has that liquidity now to go run up to the highs through this high of this area here. We're going to sit back and hopefully relax after this trade and try not to continue to grind out just because we'll look for something, maybe higher probability later towards the close, try and get ourselves back into this. But it is bouncing off this our liquidity zone above 80s. So maybe I'll take this off here. It's going to stop me out, flatten that. I'm flattening it. I'm not looking to do anything more from there. Down 870, down 900, down a grand. No, solid day. Down 1,095. Okay. Had some really good trades today. Had some really shitty trades. We overtraded a bit. We're gonna maybe look to see one more around 2 o'clock and be done for the day. It's still not, totally ground out. We have trying to been executing some of these rangy stuff, but realistically, looking for this type of move here, could have waited a little bit longer, waited for something to break above. Now we're gonna kind of just wait and see a little bit. We do have a couple bullets left for the day to see if we can maybe capitalize on some sort of failure, either this failed breakout or maybe rotate back down to the bottom and look to play the bounce again. We had some good ideas. Like I said, around these levels, I just over executed in the middle, right? I wasn't patient. Another day of Tuesdays being my downfall, it seems. Tuesdays and Wednesdays. So let's see. Tomorrow we could be a little more patient, be a little bit better with this. I want to be better for you guys, better for myself. I need to make sure I execute in a manner that's appropriate for the day that we're kind of have. I expected it to be rangy. I caught this move here. I was really happy with that, and then we decided to give it all back, trying to play once again in a silly area, right? So maybe we're gonna get a failed breakout here. That's the only thing I could think of as far as this probable move here. But on the 30-minute, you're looking at this kind of much differently, right? This is holding that 85s. It broke down. We wicked it. Now we're holding. If you kind of hold here for another few minutes and rotate up, you never know. S&P's has been pushing highs all day. See if we can continue this. Another wiki top here at 94, up to 600. Could 600 act as resistance once again? Fail 600. Hot damn, I failed 600. Beautiful short there. Of course, I took a long on it because that's the kind of day I'm having. All right, we're out on the 50K. Drew down $1,000. So, yep, we're out. We're gonna stop for the day here today. Turn off the trade copier. Call it a day. Really kind of just overtraded. Like I said, it's one of those days where you definitely shouldn't have been doing what I was doing. Changing up the biases a little bit. I had the short idea most of the day, was right on it, just didn't execute, didn't follow through. We had this liquidity zone, finally got it to break out, take that one trade. This was the only trade of the day that really needed to be taken. But how do I know not to get involved, here or here or here? Really, if we get involved here, you keep that stop there and we rotate down. You don't take the kind of heat that you took earlier on. So overall, kind of just a crappy day. We ended up the day down 1250. So overall, just not good. We're going to look to rebound tomorrow. Nothing that killed the account totally, but we are now back into drawdown that we don't want to be in. Right, down $1,250 on the day. We're gonna see what happens. We're gonna readjust, like I said, and we're gonna go from there. One day at a time, one trade at a time. Get back into it tomorrow. Until then, I'm gonna be out 155. Should have been out at 11, but we're here. We'll be back on tomorrow. Check it out. Be live 8:30 a.m. East Central Time, and then 9:30 Eastern Time. So until tomorrow, we're gonna take these losses and